up?
What is up, man? How you doing?
How you doing?
So I have a question for
Sure.
you. Couple actually.
So,
So do we want to run another? Do we want to run these alpha tests weekly?
no.
Okay.
What are we gonna get out of that?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, I had stuff that I was working on to do that, on that kind of tempo. But you're gonna play test things, just different things.
I think the playtest should be focused around testing new features for players, and these playtests should be just as much for us as it is for them to try them to try and experience, and us to get as much as we can to improve the game or validate what we're working on.
Yep.
So playtest mode can be every 2 or 3 weeks, and I think that's completely fair.
Okay.
Right? After we finish playtest mode and we shift into like maybe this is 2-3 more playtest time.
Yeah.
We turn into like full alpha mode, whatever, or beta mode, whatever we want to call it, and where it's like semi-public. That's when we need to ratchet the content every week or 2 weeks with an update, and the game is out the whole time, right? But this playtest is, I think, we do it in the same way we're doing. So the next playtest, test driving, essentially, like what we basically organized. So, I mean, I was gonna present to you like the plan tomorrow, but I was like working on it a little bit. But let me just give you a quick rundown. See the screen?
Yep.
Okay, so basically the way I'm looking at it, I think there's 3 more playtests before this public beta launch or whatever, public alpha launch, whatever we want to call it, where we go into like pure content mode. The driving playtest, which I've slated for May 23rd. I don't know if we can reach that, we'll discuss. Well, the driving playtest will have no customization, full driving, hopefully riding, or at least we have made a decision whether we go escorts or we're riding in this playtest.
Yeah.
And the new movement infrastructure, and new art content as well. So I think this is a good time to playtest one of the final maps.
Yep.
And have multiple drivable vehicles, like 5 or 6. I think. So that's all this playtest is gonna have. Maybe we have a social feature where it's like name tags, but not the meta ones, if that's too much. Like something where, like, you join the game and like, what is your name? Type it in or something like that. Just because it's very useful social feature.
Yeah.
So that's all this playtest is supposed to be about like validating the movement and validating that our driving is smooth and works with a lot of people with a bunch of cars. Right. Then I think, so that's May 23rd. Then I think 2 weeks later, or 3, I've got 3, but we do customization V2. This has got to test multiple things. Firstly, we need to go back to our customization system, make the UX good, add whatever goo or whatever we want to that whole mechanism.
Yep.
And secondly, and most importantly, this is where we need to start working on this personal inventory system, where you can save a loadout and put it in your inventory, essentially.
Yeah.
So this is where we need to start working on like the iPad or the menu, which operates with the world around you, mainly being saving your vehicle loadouts.
Yep.
So that's why I think playtests, this customization playtest 2, and potentially we can start integrating meta accounts. So we're going to need some account system for this with personal inventory system anyway, right? So that's where I'm looking at that. Now, finally, for the final playtest, I'm thinking we merge customization, driving. So we got the whole basic experience together. In the final map, we have a final personal menu. So the final menu design is there, which has the personal inventory system, has a friend system, potentially a way to make private and public lobbies. So like by default it's public, but maybe you can make a private lobby with like lobby codes. I don't know, we'll need to talk to a binner to see if you can buy it for. But we need, whether we have this or not, we have to have a way of people to invite friends onto their server. Like we'll need that functionality, if not for this final play, but it's a good place to test it, I think. And I think the one last feature we want before the beta is the TikTok selfie cam. That's important. So that's the final playtest. After that, we're preparing for the public launch, which I've slated for August 1st, obviously same time, similar time as the meta submission. And that's where we need to make sure our servers can scale. That's when we need to make sure we probably need to add the store in-app purchase feature. If we don't manage to do TikTok by the last playlist, we do it here.
Right.
And more content. So that's the plan I have, or I was thinking of, which I think it gives it. I want these playtests. Yeah, like there shouldn't be like. We shouldn't be in, like, let's have an alpha test every week if that's slowing us down, and if it's gonna dissuade players that there's just not enough new stuff to test.
Okay.
I don't want that. I much rather have them test something new, have that kind of novelty feeling.
Yeah.
Up until the point we're ready to like be a live ops game.
Right.
And then that's when we do everything for retention and for growth.
Right. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. Second question. So I'm basically have recently started streaming like daily again because we're not crunching nearly as much, and well, I mean we still are, but just it's more manageable. And also it's just an important time now that like we have something out, we have something, you know, yada yada yada.
Is your question we go public with Guess Go?
Kind of. It's somewhat about that for one, but also, is it worth me trying to ingratiate myself or ourselves as developers with the players, like at the next test?
What do you mean?
Like so that they are more involved on like a day-to-day basis, or have the option to, whether it's like going into the stream or like opening up our own Discord as opposed to a channel in Buzzer, or like when do we want to like illuminate the fact that those things might be a little more linked than we so let on?
Good question. I think it's either the driving playtest or the final playtest. I think when we want to like, maybe even in the driving one we open the Discord.
Yeah.
I think start migrating people, and then the final one it's more, whatever. Your like not role, but your image that you should base yourself of is like the chef guy in Blobtown.
Yeah.
The chef is in a lot of content. Like, he engages in the community from time to time or whatever. Like they make cool content. Like they fuck with that guy, right? And he's actually the builder of the game.
Right. Yeah.
So, and I think you're doing that well. Like last playtest, you were talking. We just keep on doing it, essentially.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I think we progressively should get more public. So next, I think playtest will open a server.
Okay.
A Discord server. It can be small. And then might do a few things. And then for the final playtest, I think that's when that's then we might want to start like, okay, should we start a TikTok account for Get Set Go?
Yeah.
Like basically preparing that content strategy a month in advance for the beta, the open beta, or the next elevation, as I said, but when it's not a playtest anymore.
Yeah.
So I think we ramp up.
Okay. All right. Makes sense.
I don't want to put too much pressure on you guys as well right now.
I think that it's a motivating factor, to be honest, too. It's not just like pressure. I think I think everybody's kind of jazzed about just. I think it helps in a way, like especially if you're just the more you get.
How do you feel about like? I personally don't think doing a playtest every week is good for both us and the community.
I think
like at this.
Yeah. I mean, admittedly, I think you've done an incredible job of like. Not making that group solely focused on this one game so that they're only expecting this one thing, right? So taking an extra week doesn't even really register, you know?
Yeah.
So
and then next this week versus keep buzzes and lobby in Bobtown or something.
Right. So taking advantage of that I think is very warranted. So I'm not opposed to it at all. And to be honest, like, especially if we're considering a migration, and it looks like we're pretty heavily leaning towards that now, like, having the time to make sure that those are like moved in correctly, I think is important. I think what happens after that, to some extent, like after we do the driving playtest and maybe customization V2 and stuff, is a thought in my mind about like maybe us doing a little more work to plan that out ahead of time. Because I think there's something worth like having like some level of like growth strategy from that point onward, you know? Like if we see a viable, like, all right, these people are having fun and there's a level of stability here that everybody's chilling out with, like the game's not always crashing, like the players are like
the customization V2/final playtest stage.
Well, final playtest, are you assuming like August final playtest?
No, the final playtest is July.
Okay. Because I think there may be something in between customization V2 and the final playtest, which I know is not a huge amount of time, right? Because it's already May, so it's only like a couple of weeks. But you know, there might be something in between, like where it's like we are just adding like another maps, more cars, more parts. But like trying to grow the game a little bit, maybe persist it a little bit. I think now's the time when we maybe want to start thinking about our like sort of quote unquote beta reward strategy, where it's like the kind of content stuff we talked about earlier, like making, you know,
the custom items.
Yeah, custom items, all that shit. And what that kind of feels like. So yeah, I don't know. It's all things we think about, but yeah, I'm not opposed to this as like at all. I think it's a good idea. Like the general kind of strategy. All right. Well, that helps a lot with clarity on things. Because I was like 50-50 on whether or not I was gonna put out like the work specifically for another playtest this weekend, or just get ahead on the stuff that we're trying to work on for the next one.
Honestly, I think we need to put full focus on the driving stuff.
Yeah. Okay, well that's fine then. Okay, man. Well, thank you. Appreciate it.
No worries.
That's
man,
very
no
helpful.
worries. I'll go over it with you guys tomorrow as well.
Yeah,
We'll
sounds
go.
good, man. Sounds
All right,
good.
chill. All right, I'll see you in a bit.
See you in a bit.
Bye.
Bye.
What is RMT in this context? Real money transaction. So if you find an item in a video game, and that item is very rare, and you want to sell it for real money, you would sell it to another player, and that player would give you real money, and this is called RMT, or real money transaction. This is generally banned in most video games. Almost every video game. Who knows why this is the case? And it's kind of a weird one. Whales? Nope. Money laundering is one of them. But technically, that's not the biggest reason that companies ban this. It's not taxes. It's not gambling. It costs the company money. With the increase in RMT, you have an increase in account takeover. Account takeover is because a bunch of people engage in RMT, and some of those websites will be like, hey, give me your password so that I can do the transaction, so we can keep it secure.
Yeah.
And then you lose your account. And this costs them a shitload of money. Like a shitload.
What is up?
It is one of the primary reasons.
How you doing, man?
I'm good, man. You?
I'm doing alright. I'm doing alright. So, I got a question.
Ask away.
So I was talking to Nikita about, like the frequency of playtests. He's gonna explain more of it to us tomorrow, but the headline is we're not gonna do it weekly right now. And I think the next big one we'll do is just driving. Basically, right? Like, is when we have that. So he's slated it like 2-3 weeks, I think end of May, roughly 23rd, something like that. So a little bit of time, not a lot of time, but a little bit of time. And so I was in two minds. Assuming we were doing it weekly, my thought was immediately on like, all right, just like fix these little things about spawning limits and like fucking like, you know, physics and out of zone stuff, or, you know, just all the stuff they were kind of logging to begin with. Now though, my thought is it worthwhile, because it's kind of all hands on deck in terms of driving, and I could definitely be a resource for testing it, but it kind of seems like ideally the physics part of it is good. It's just like the stuff around it and entry and stuff like that. Is it worth me just trying to take the plunge and just put customization in Normcore right now, like or the interaction system in Normcore like right now?
I would say yes, not to cut you off, but also to cut you off. I would say yes, because you might see it as, oh, this is pretty simple. Because once I started, I was like, oh shit, we've done the heavy lifting. The heavy lifting is like, how does it move in the scene? Is it mapped to our controllers? Like, that local experience and defining it, even for driving, is the heavy lifting. Like, how does it feel for a single player? The netcode ideally just makes that happen across the network. It shouldn't be that high level of a character in our code, ideally. So when I was like, fuck it, we could just rewrite the stack for netcode. In looking at our systems, we already have all of the logic. It's just literally where Photon makes us switch input authority, we now have to request ownership. And that was really the major change. That was really it, just looking for those areas. And then where we set data was usually in RPCs, because we have to do it on the server. Well, there's usually, it usually always boils down to one RPC function, right? That the server really is doing a majority
like
of the
physics
work.
homework?
A lot of the time that could just be isolated to just the owner can do this work. And all they do is set variables that get synced across the network. So I think it's pretty simple. I think in honestly 2 to 3 weeks, in a week you could pretty much rewrite it and be happy with what it is and have it working with our current avatar and all the shit that we currently have. I think it wouldn't take you that long. Yeah, that's my 2 cents.
Word. Okay, well, that makes sense. All right. In that case, I can do that.
As for vehicle though, I do have the VIS stuff. So like jumping on the car, I haven't really got the full chance to test it multiple times as rider, but I've jumped on and off as both people. So that's kind of there. Last night we kind of broke on the concept of like fixing the like jitter in the rider and like how we could do like parenting. I think if anything is all hands, it's that.
Yeah.
Because the more I'm starting to realize, like when we talk about stability, I think we're talking about like those little quality of life things. Those are actually not like things that are little that we could put off just because like, yes, the character is moving and they're moving with the car. It's like, no, we really want the like smoothest possible experience. And I think even moving a little slower and going a little more on hands is usually where we get that refinement. Like I noticed that for the vehicle physics, just having us all there was, I think, paramount in getting it smooth and getting the experience that we all want. I think similarly for like this new passive physics, maybe just locking in and say, hey, we gotta get reverse, gotta get drift feeling smooth, but also have to get these riders looking smooth. And if we can really get that, I think then like jumping on and off the car and walking around and moving is smooth to everyone. Anything else we add is pretty cool and icing on the cake because there's enough variation in that, especially with parts and grabbing and throwing shit, that like you could invent a game in that. And I think people will. But then when we get to express game modes and like maybe we have to teleport people to a new room or to an arena, well, those things are there for us too. So like I think there's a lot of flexibility to grow with this. And it's just pretty simple. It's like data first. If we can define the data model, we can sync it across states and players and just think about it more locally. So yeah, I think like take a stab at it. Like I'm here as a resource. The internet is kind of trash at this, but their Discord is pretty good. It's just like people ask a lot of questions in there. So like they have like a Q&A where you could search, and I found like, you know, just some more code examples that aren't online, like straight from like the people who were founders, just in there. So like some of that was helpful for understanding like real-time components and models and stuff like that. But honestly, if we've understood anything in Photon, it's the same shit. Like it just has a different name over here. The only thing that's really new is like this data model thing, and it's pretty much like a network scriptable object.
Right. Okay. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I can give that a go just to get familiar with it too, to be honest. All right. Cool, man.
I do need to test though. I have some shit on my branch, basically with the working like vehicle interaction system.
Yep.
We should be able to like our cars just spawn in. One thing I do need help with is the spawning and spawning limits in the context of normal.
Okay.
Obviously, we could just have some like singleton manager system that has its like data model and just manages everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah, but just like creating that and like, I think that has to be flexible kind of for the future. I might need some help there.
Yeah. Okay, sounds good. Yeah, I can help with that. Because also I was curious about the necessity for the input struct, like hardware rig, network rig, like chain. Because I know we've talked that it's like not as necessary, but you've taken some of those scripts out. So like if I were to do like the grab system, and like, because right now we have like grabber, network distance grabber, grabbable. From my understanding, we don't need the middle one. We don't need the network distance grabber, because we can just ask for ownership directly from the grabber, the local one. So that doesn't necessarily necessitate packaging a struct as much anymore, does it? Like,
so like that's a really good point, and like it shows that you kind of understand what's going on, right? So like we don't have rig input in this new like netcode avatar hardware rig.
Yeah.
It's just a regular model behavior, and it can link up to the real-time avatar manager, which is something that normal gives us that just has info on every single player. And they pretty much give us this, and this helps us spawn in everybody. But they also say, hey, you could copy this script and go crazy with it. Like, make this yours if you want to. So it's just basically using like this real-time avatar, which is the equivalent of a network player, like our network rig, right? Your network self. And then it just keeps track of all of them in a dictionary. And it's like super simple. It's like just very basic concepts of managing data and like defining it. And it just syncs it for you. Especially with ownership, like no one else can read or write it, or can write it. Everyone can read it. Just like those things are like enforced kind of just in the protocol. So yeah, it does eliminate a lot of like structs and RPCs. Those are no longer, like we don't have to have structs or RPCs really. Like we can choose to package things in structs if we want an understanding of it, but honestly, if we do it in models, it's in the system and it's well defined, and it can go with ownership and it can be shared.
Right.
So like they kind of just make it easy, especially with this like function signature, the real-time component. This is essentially the network behavior, but it's like if the network behavior had an express set of data that comes with it, like packaged, that like because I'm inside the network behavior, I could just go model and like start to get that data and start to get events from that data, like if it changed, if someone else changed it. So like there's a lot of flexibility, but yeah, like if you own this component, like you can basically do whatever to it and that will be synced. So like I started to think about like states. We're not really using this, but I defined them just because I'm like, oh, like this is a concept it's local. It's not really being synced across the network, but it would give us a really good understanding of what is happening to this vehicle, and like how to get to reversing and drifting consistently and just things like that. So I guess for what you just talked about, like I think the avatar script is,
by the way, what's
like
up,
the way to understand everything that's going on. And it kind of starts with the hardware rig, which is on your local player.
Binding of Isaac.
But yeah, this doesn't really even have any
conservation of energy,
true locomotion data. None of this is being called. This is just organic old stuff. Honestly, I could delete this whole section. This works because you own your player when you spawn in. And because you own your player and no one else can own that player, and it's linked to this hardware rig through the avatar manager. And I'll show you that linkage once this loads. Basically, they just ask for your transforms on your local player, and they just sync that to your network player.
Right.
So I just put a player script that is kind of just a new thing that represents a player, with the player model that just has like their client ID and their name.
Right.
And that's kind of what a player is at the moment. we can add any data to this, and then everyone would know this about that thing.
Right.
So like, it's kind of flexible. But yeah, that's that. Even for the vehicle, like I've defined a lot of data that I don't even populate. I just move it in my scene, and because I own it, it's synced, which works right now, but we may want to pass data. So yeah, I'm probably just talking a lot because this shit is loaded.
No, it makes sense. It makes sense. I think, because I was thinking about like, so like my current grabber, probably to your point, like I wouldn't need to package that into structs, but like the edit info, it might just be nice to keep it that way because it's just a little neater to have all this info that then the part like responds to. It's just nicer to look at it that way, but functionally it doesn't really matter because I don't need to go through the rig. I just can still pass a struct directly on to the thing I'm editing. That ownership thing, is that like a flag that you can check, or do you need to have a separate one that you create? Can you just like, hey, is this owned by somebody right now? Because it always is, right?
Yeah, so I'm trying to pull up like a photon one side by side.
Yeah.
Because I think it's a good comparison. Yeah.
So like if I grabbed a part and let it go, like I'm still own it because I'm responsible for it until maybe somebody else decides to own it.
Pretty much. So like that's kind of how the car works. So you have to own the car for it to continue to be simulated. Because if no one owns this thing, it'll go to rest, and physics won't be ran on it. So, like, let's say I jumped off the car and I released all ownership.
Right.
That car would just freeze in place, and I would just go on my way, and it would freeze for everybody because no one's doing anything for this car.
Right.
Luckily, they split this concept. So there's like the object and the transform, and I could still own that transform and not own the rest of the object, and that would just work. Or I could just maintain until someone comes in contact with it, and we just switch it that way, which is what they suggest, which is like on collisions, you can either give it up, or if this thing actually comes to rest and we like have a state that is like, hey, like we simulated physics all the way that this like car rolled to a stop, then you can like stop owning it, and we can relinquish that, and you can go own some other stuff, or you can multiply own things. I don't know the burden of ownership in simulating multiple cars yet, but luckily we can become more flexible in how we run the car, so that like, hey, you should be able to simulate like all of these cars mathematically. Like if we do some jobs, hey, you should be able to simulate every car. So then ownership is just kind of a concept, especially for like, I own it because I'm driving it.
Yeah.
You can still jump on the car if you don't own it, which is cool. You can still parent yourself to it if you don't own it. You still parent your local player to it. They don't have to own it. So yeah, that ownership, a good point is probably not vehicle entry, like the driver entry. So initialization, I will admit, is a little weird in this world. Everything comes from this, the on real-time model replaced.
Right.
So basically, like when you first load this thing, it'll be empty in data state. And so you check if this is a fresh model, and if so, you initialize. Otherwise, you can like unsubscribe and subscribe to events. So if the driver did change, is an event you could subscribe to. But basically, this model represents the data for this specific real-time component.
Right.
So as you can see, like multiple cars, their models are going to get a little different. The names of them, different things about them, the owner, the driver, all of that. So in order to modify any of these variables to be synced for anybody, like to become driver,
sounds good, Pro Max,
instance,
man. Thanks for stopping by.
you first
Always
have to own this thing.
Coming in on meeting.
So similar to like,
appreciate it, man.
What is it?
Have a good one.
Object that state authority, like how we do
Lock
these
it.
checks.
You got this exam. Lock it.
We're gonna do the same thing, but the check it's a little different.
Definitely do it. I honestly really want to see. Like,
So
that's
the
a dope
real-time
like
view, you check if
mixture.
it's unowned in hierarchy, or
Show
if
me when it's
owned
not
in
good
the
enough too.
hierarchy.
I want to see it.
And something like that can help you.
Right. Because so like the callback makes sense because it's like that to me kind of somewhat is understandable, right? Because you have to like essentially, are you saying like when ownership changes, we got to just make sure that like we turn everything on again for like the other person that's owning it, or some things that are necessary.
So, okay, this is like, let's say like my best understanding of like, I jump on the car, I start to own it, I jump off the car, and then you jump on the car. And like, when this loads, we're gonna test that. But my understanding is that when you spawn this car, in order for physics to be ran, it needs an owner. We don't run dedicated normal, so there is no server player, like no invisible ghost player that we could tell to do stuff. Fine. So the player who is first in the scene, we will know from the real-time avatar. So there's at least one player because we've connected to the room. So usually they're like, hey, that person just owns everything by default until other players start to come in contact with stuff and they just start to own it and like manipulate it themselves and it becomes synced.
Right.
So like, that's kind of like the original state if there's just one player. The host, if you would say, has to kind of own any dynamic moving thing. So it needs to be owned or it's not fucking moving.
Right.
So the car, we simulate it by like, hey, let's just assign it to somebody.
Yeah.
But the car's there, and then when you jump on it, you actually request ownership. So we can walk through that actual car.
So that's actually a good question. Sorry, I'm cutting you off. If we wanted to like build for the like probably likely possibility, let's say we wanted to persist lobbies where like cars are kind of hanging around, then we have to make sure that like we can initialize everything that is dynamic with like the first player that joins basically. But that's different than if I were to spawn something, then I own it.
Yeah, so when you spawn something, like you expressly can say, I will own this object.
Right.
Or you can leave it unowned.
Right.
So like if you spawn like a bush in the scene, like because it's a static object, yes, it would appear for everybody because it's like there positionally, but we may not need to own it past that. It could just be unowned, but everyone would see it because it's there. And that was first transmitted as a delta, and then like no more deltas. So like I feel like for persistence, if we say like, hey, there's a idle state, meaning like this car rolled to a stop eventually, just in this physics-based world, this car has to stop moving at some point. And when it does, it is now like a bush until you jump on it, right? I think that's a world where the persistence is just a flag that we set to say, don't destroy this object. And then it lives forever, pretty much. Even through, I disconnected from this room and I rejoined. So that's a thing that we should test in this 2 to 3 weeks. Like persistence, like, is that a thing that we could fuck with? And then maybe these rooms are a different concept and they're really like places. And when they design things and put them in the space, like it's a different concept, right? I know Blobtown does use normcore, and maybe this is how they achieve some of that, right? This persistence. But now it's open to us. Pretty simply too. Like it's just an extension of some of this model. Um, so yeah, I can fuck with it as a concept. I think it's a thing to try. But let me finish walking you through kind of like from initialization of this thing to like I jump on it. What happens? Because this is what lets you own the vehicle. Um, so we initialize this thing, and this is straight from the existing one in Photon. I just initialize and look for the collider and all the local stuff. Only difference is we check for a real-time avatar manager, we set that up. And then we set up like the player layers and just collider shit. And then we initialize the vehicle like driver model. So basically we say, set this to -1 and there's no driver. And we're only setting this basically part of this whole representation of the vehicle. So
Right.
the vehicle could have other stuff going on with it, but we're just saying, hey, like start the vehicle and set the driver to -1 so we know it's unowned. And that just initializes the vehicle. So pretty much we configure the collider. Everything is the same as normal till we get a trigger event to enter. So basically, or to enter or exit, let's handle enter. Enter, we just set a cooldown so that you don't hit the collider again. Find your hardware rig like normal, except that it's our normal hardware rig. Some grapple stuff, and then we enter as a driver. Oh, we check if there is a driver, which is checking this vehicle model to say, is it -1? If it's -1, it doesn't have a driver. If it's not, it does. So then we enter as driver. Entering as driver is like where we would have a RPC in Photon.
Right.
We now just have a function. And this function says, I'm entering this vehicle as a driver. So I set my client ID to be the driver ID. I set my name. I request ownership of the real-time view and the transform. And then I set up my stabilizer. So this is just kind of all local, apart from the request for ownership. And again, this should probably come first, even. But yeah, because we spawned this car and already own it, we enter as driver, right? Same thing if we enter as a passenger, except that we don't take ownership of anything. Like I thought we had to like, and I do want to mark ourselves as passengers, so we may need to take ownership of something to be able to modify this real-time view. This is my first like norm core. I don't really know, and it's not in the docs type moment. But yeah, like to modify this passenger, I may need to take ownership briefly and restore it, just to get my data in. But yeah, I just set up a stabilizer and you set yourself to the car, basically pairing yourself to the car. So there's not a lot of network stuff happening anymore to like become the owner per se, or the driver per se. And then we just do some stuff in the vehicle to like set up your actual input handler, set the steering wheel, just make sure that like your input is fed to the vehicle correctly because you're the owner. And it's gated like how we used to do like object.state authority. We just make sure that you're the owner before we do certain things. But yeah, if you weren't the owner and you ran these functions, it just wouldn't move. It wouldn't like transmit that over the network because you're not the owner of this thing. So at first, that's the problem I have with the vehicle. But yeah, you just have to request ownership of everything and you're good to go.
On the passenger problem, is actually going to answer a question of mine too. So I think you mentioned earlier that there's nothing against me taking ownership of something nested underneath something owned by somebody else, right?
Right.
So in this example, instead of taking ownership of the car view, could I take ownership of like a passenger manifest view or whatever that is where those variables are synced? I add myself to that, and then like the driver is just always checking that, because when his eventually will change.
See, like that would make sense to me. So like, let me show you the vehicle hierarchy in this context. Right. So the real-time view network object of this vehicle has components, and what I need to check is, can I just take ownership of like the vehicle interaction system in order to modify the model? Because then someone else can be doing the physics, right? I just need to modify some data that says I'm a passenger now, everybody, and then I can like relinquish that by clearing ownership, or expressly setting it back to the last owner, because I can set ownership to a specific individual too if I know their client ID. So that's a really good point. Like maybe it's a system we devise as a manager that says like, this is how this interaction is done. This is how ownership should be passed. But we get some flexibility in how to do it because it's so general. I think you can own like just a wheel if you want, or just a part of the hierarchy, because they have express like questions once you access the real-time view object, like is owned locally in hierarchy, is owned locally just by itself. Right. So like, do I just own the real-time view, or do I own all of the real-time views under me? The remotely ones, I don't even really know what they mean. But there's a lot of ways to structure and ask for, how do I own this thing, or what's my relationship to owning this thing? And like, is it unowned is a question. Like, is this not a thing that's owned by anybody? So there's like a lot of different edge cases with ownership that kind of we get to choose how to handle. And I think it's really robust. I think we can, like once we get an understanding fully of it, actually solve these problems, but there's not a lot of the documentation to help us. So, yeah.
No, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And the request ownership, it doesn't have like a built-in like reject, approve. If you just request ownership, you'll be given it. Pretty much.
Yeah, this is where it's like magic box kind of. So they're like, yes, if you request ownership, you'll either be giving it or denied it, depending on the conditions of this ownership. So like, if I request ownership of your avatar, I can't have it because the way it was set up, it denies all ownership in the future. It's like a one-time ownership like situation. So like, we can set shit up that way if we choose, for certain objects, for certain things. But in general, they're like, the server just like lets you own it because you requested it. And like, that's how everything works. It's like, hey, you want this? Now it's yours. And we're gonna just propagate that change. You're gonna assume it from what your local state is of it at that point. Server will handle any miscorrection based off of network time, not like a tick. There's no real tick thing. It's really weird. They just start a clock and they keep that clock synced amongst everyone based off their ping, and then just do things based off of time and everyone's network time, which is kind of the same thing as that tick, but there's no like tick, I guess. It's really just your local simulation and like the background syncing. Yeah.
Right. Well, that makes sense. Because it's like, so like, let's say I was like, if I was grabbing a part, because that's so, it's like very conditional. I would need to still make up the logic of like some is being grabbed flag and like an early return, as opposed to just being able to rely on like some form of like something in the magic box, basically.
See, but like that would just go in like the grabbable model,
right? Which is fine.
Like,
yeah totally
no,
fine.
but like then it's like super clear though
Yeah.
that like even when I'm talking about this object, it has like data about it that says what can happen to it and even potentially what state it's in. So it's like, I don't know, like I feel like we already have those workings. It's just in a weird context in like structs, and it's not defined anywhere like a scriptable object would.
Yeah.
So if we do that, like everything else follows that and it's pretty clear.
Yeah.
So like then we set the driver ID and the driver name, and we get your name from, again, your avatar. So yeah.
So the model is a struct in and of itself, like a scriptable object.
Yeah, it's just a partial class.
Partial class, okay. And so everything in there, like the real-time properties, you can say you can just substitute network variable for whatever that is. Like, it's the same thing.
Essentially, yes.
Do you need to have the real-time properties are only allowed to be in real-time models? Like, you need to follow that pattern?
Yeah, so this real-time model, vehicle model thing, like this gets injected into your network behavior if you need it.
Okay.
So like vehicle interaction just references the same one for the vehicle. So I kind of think about it more like object and item specific than I do like system specific.
Sure.
Like data, it's like the vehicle data that this system is going to use the exact same as the one that the physics is going to use.
Right.
The player one gets used by multiple, right? Like, but that's just kind of, so like you can nest a model in a model. So like the driver is just an instance of the player model, which is just a player. So like every player has one, every vehicle has one. Right. So it's kind of like an ECS pattern that just follows basically data. Like,
which makes sense.
Right.
I like that it's kind of enforced, because that just makes it easier to keep track of. We don't like mix. I'm not putting real-time properties just straight in the vehicle class or anything like that. Like,
yeah, it's like pretty clear, and then these get compiled to like auto-generated files, so that's why there's these IDs.
Okay.
But then there's some extra parameters in this, so there's like if I want to know when this changes, I just mark this true, and then when I get that model from
so that's like a change detector just built right in.
Built in. So then I get the owner changed ID, or I get the driver changed ID, and so I can just know and react to those changes kind of automatically because I requested it in the model. And then reliable is just like, if I'm sending a lot of data, they say for performance sake, I should just mark it on the unreliable track so it can send as fast as possible. So like, it's okay if we miss one velocity message, right? There's going to be another one, versus like the driver, we need to know that reliably that the driver changed. Everyone needs to know that so that we don't come out of sync. Same with passengers. So again, also kind of robust for like things that we can do with it, but pretty simple. It's just data.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, and then we just use those in different real-time components that get put on the game objects. And that's kind of it for the code part. The part I didn't share was the local player to network player situation. Slow. Oh, guess not.
I want to try
to. It says like
samples.
Like,
I know.
like,
I want to delete that folder
shit,
so bad, but I know what it is, and you can't do it. You can't delete the folder.
Like we need.
It's project validation, actually. So it just so happens to be in the samples for some reason.
That's good. Okay. So look, the real-time connection manager is the connection manager, right?
Yeah.
It's pretty simple. They don't give us a lot. That's just the room name. And the room name, again, is the room, but it can persist, like the state of this room. So before we even get here in our menus or however we're going to do matchmaking, we're going to have to figure out a way to like pick room names.
Yeah.
Partition or whatever. But yeah, some of them can persist. Real-time avatar manager, this is the thing that like spawns you in and does voice just magically. They just give you this. It has our network player, right? That's like your network representation. And then it just looks for the root, head, left hand, right hand of your local player. So whatever you have in your scene already, you just hook this up in the scene and that's the system. So there's probably a lot hidden in this that we should unpack, but it does handle a lot and it just doesn't. So yeah, it's pretty much the most of it, right?
Yeah, it makes sense. Okay. Well, I think I have enough to like change I'll just start with the interaction system and just kind of rewrite it. Even though we're gonna I might go to straight to KT's new grabbing system just to kind of work because we're moving in that direction. I'll just do that anyway.
Yeah.
And
that'll make sense. Yeah.
And we can make that work. All right, man. Well, that sounds good. Yeah. Well, thank you for the walkthrough.
Cool. No worries. See, everyone else is here.
Yeah, it's time.
So, yeah. Goddamn.
Valorant time.
I guess take a little.
Yeah.
Say less.
You know?
No, say less.
All right, just saying.
Oh, good.
Sec. Be right back.
You know, if you look at my username right now, ShortyX1, do you assume that this is a woman?
Wait, how did we get in the same game?
We got the same game.
Wait,
we
Shorty
did.
X1?
The timing. Right? Wouldn't you assume this is a woman?
But what were you saying about your name tag?
Would you assume it was a woman's, like, ID?
Would I? Probably
Or
not.
would you assume it's a small man?
Probably a guy with a tiny dick.
Alright, shoot, I am not in the mindset for this. I just got off a tax call, dude. Like, I am not feeling very
Not in the
aggressive here.
mood. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not in the mood either.
Yeah, this is not the time. Alright. So I need deathmatch for this.
Red Panda.
Fucking lock it.
Hold on, let me get it.
We're warming up.
I know, I feel like I miss the warm-ups every time.
No.
Like, the kid and I were just saying, like, I'm just not in the mindset right now.
Why are we in the mindset?
You know, we queued DM at the same time, we weren't in the same party, and we got into the same lobby. Fucking crazy.
Yeah.
Really, you too? Both of you guys?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
We got into the same lobby.
Oh, dude, okay. Like, my brain is not functioning right now. Alright.
But it's not functioning about it.
It's just like, I'm not feeling mad or angry.
Well,
I had a pretty nice call with my tax account today. It just ended. So, now to get into like, fuck everyone, kill everyone mode is a little tough.
That's the secret, Chris.
Oh, that's me every day.
I'm always angry.
Every day.
Right? Like, we're all zen and...
Dude, I haven't seen anyone in a while. Come on. I want to shoot something. What the fuck?
You gotta be moving and a grooving.
I am moving.
80
like,
bucks,
ran around
bro.
the whole map.
80 bucks?
Fucking break on this shit. Feels almost we have an empty lobby, but we don't.
Yeah. It's the map. It's not like very... It's a huge map.
The problem is the DM, it's still only 12 players. It's not, they should have more players in DM. More players, but hey.
$20 bucks.
I'm either running around and can't see anyone, or I'm getting shot in the back. There isn't any in between.
Oh, you fuck.
Yeah, we both missed our spray as well.
Yeah. Oh, scared me.
Oh. That was a nice shot. Oh, did I get you? Yeah.
I had to jump. How?
Fucking
How
raise.
did you shoot me in the back of the head like that?
Oh! Fucking noob. Headshot. Oh my god. Whoa.
Where are you?
This map is not good for deathmatch, I won't lie. Too big. Whoa. Oh, Chris, really? Well, oh, fuck.
Damn it.
Okay.
Oh, it's because 2 people weren't playing, dude.
Oh, is that why?
My
Yeah, one
ultimate's
person was
ready.
disconnected early.
I felt like empty. I won't lie.
Alright,
My
I
ult
don't-
is ready.
I don't feel really great, but...
Alright, should we play?
Whenever they're ready.
Rook, you guys ready?
Yep, sure.
In the range.
Well, do a switch play. Today, we can swap it. We can go me and Nikita and Rourke and Vinna. Or you guys can do same teams.
I don't mind. I don't mind.
Yeah, I don't know.
Rourke's gonna hit gold this week. Like statistically.
Statistically, yeah. In actuality, we'll see.
It'll happen. It's gonna happen this week. Strong.
I'm currently 31 into Silver 3. So, like, 3
three wins.
Three
wins.
really, really good wins.
Not like 3 wins. Just 20.
Yeah.
Wait, you're right. It has to be 3. 4 wins in a row. Ugh.
Yeah. I mean, in fairness, that's essentially what's happened. But I don't know if that streak will keep up, you know? So, the record, it was win, loss, win,
Chris,
draw,
can you-
win.
I don't know why. But now I can.
So we have gone from Silver 1 to Silver 3 with 1 loss.
Again, doable. Everything's doable.
So that's not actually that bad.
Match found.
You guys hear me?
Yep.
No.
Everyone is a
Nah, I hear you.
Oh.
Wait. Did you not hear him?
Chris, who the
No.
fuck says no out of the blue to nothing?
Well, Well, you know, the timing was just enough pause, you know? Just enough pause, man.
Just enough.
I can't hear something that I haven't heard.
That's the... I'll believe someone if they say, hey, are you sleeping? And they say yes. I'm like, okay. I believe you.
Wow. No, you're not.
Jesus.
Today
All
the
right.
meal came to me.
Who am I? Oh man.
Are we defending? Yeah. Alright, let's crush some noobs.
Oh god, I wish it was a map that we would be playing.
I know.
Well,
I was about to be like, I might as well play Neon on this map, to be honest.
You wish it was a map, you mean we were playing in co-op?
Yeah.
I'll watch mid. Are we gonna AFK? Mr. Raid! Oh, he's live.
I'll find you.
Hey.
Bring them
Ah! Phew!
found
Fuck, I really had to sneeze.
Today.
Achoo!
Like, it could be mid.
Yeah.
Well, we might be over.
I'll watch mid.
Spike down A.
Owie.
They
Achoo! Ah, fuck.
took. Well, did they take Spike?
Cutting their vision.
Nice.
Lol. I first smoke. The guys, they're rotating.
Gun here. No charges. Here.
Last
Lie!
player standing.
Lie!
Well, they double baited. I don't know why they would go back. That was stupid.
Killjoy, don't overthink it. Sometimes you just need to hit them with explosives.
Alright, Swift play,
Eagles
just buy
down,
everything.
Baby.
Yeah,
Wait,
buy,
you can
buy,
everything.
yeah, don't worry about econing. Buy the best every
I'm
time.
gonna go Sheriff, though.
I'm gonna go Deagle, baby.
Don't overthink it. That's my job.
Where are you?
Grenade!
No, dude, the Deagle doesn't want to hit. What the hell? 145.
Placing a sentry.
Pitiful.
Okay, a chamber is 5 HP. Fucking Deagle doesn't one tap my ass.
It does, it just, distance.
Yeah, but not from long range.
Fair
Exactly.
point.
They're already planting.
Spike planted.
Watch this retake. It's gonna be crazy.
Now.
She's behind that box. Got one.
Enemy spotted B.
He's up there.
Where are you?
Still waiting.
Last player
Mark
standing.
two.
Oh my god,
Mark
that was
three.
so nasty.
Bring them down. Right where I thought.
How come Chambers Deagle one hit? With a long
Oh, what the fuck?
His deagle is like an ability.
Yeah, well, that's unfair.
None of my
It is
stuff has
fair.
malfunctioned yet. Can we celebrate that?
Alright, fucking AK. Let's go. Count to
Mr. Winks,
brawl.
was it?
Where can I brawl? Can I brawl on B? Maybe.
If you rest.
Bruh.
Then I'm gonna brawl.
Yeah, rest me.
Oh, thanks,
Yeah,
dude.
exactly.
Appreciate that.
I'll find you.
I'm rushing, bro.
We had our first alpha test this weekend, actually.
Probably mid.
It was lit.
Wait, who you
My
speaking
chat,
to?
you fuck.
Uh,
Damn it!
You're streaming?
Yeah, it was lit. It was really sick. We had a lot of fun. A lot of work on, but a lot of fun.
I think it's A, right, Chris?
yeah.
Yeah, raise A.
Spike planted.
Done. My own.
Wait.
One enemy remaining.
Ooh.
Oh,
Stick it!
Shit.
Last round in the half.
I just wish for like for one game or 1 week or something like that, they would just say fuck it, all the sounds are like global, you know?
Oh.
So nobody knows what the fuck anybody's shooting.
bro, that's Call of Duty, my friend. Go play COD.
It'd be funny as fuck.
Where are they?
Like, what is that gun? I don't know.
You want to play?
Sounds like a laser gun.
Still waiting.
Fuck, he's got an AWP on mid for sure.
Joke's over. You're dead.
Oh no, or maybe not.
They smoke B.
I'm coming B. I'm going rush. I'm rushing in, boys.
We'll catch them.
Hey.
Nice turret kill, man.
Fuck. I fucked it.
Bring them down.
Alright, watch this swing. Ready? Ready? Ready?
Yep.
Dude, they've gone back, 100%.
No more dreams.
Oh.
Tasty!
What did that
Imagine
do?
if the
It
crosshair was higher.
raises
What?
RPG and...
Could you imagine if your crosshair was lower?
Hey, am I mad?
One enemy remaining.
Yeah.
My ultimate is ready.
Did I say I was mad?
No. See, there's no,
Higher plant. Higher plant A.
look for a thanks.
Spike planted.
Oh, thanks. No, I knew. What are you talking about?
Okay.
Think I didn't have the self-awareness?
Thank you once in a while.
Where are you?
Maybe I'll thank you if you don't constantly accuse me of selling. Every time.
You sell a lot though.
How about that?
Bring them down.
No, you don't see
Sell
it.
all the time.
Why not be
ready.
doing it intentionally, but you do sell?
Nightmare, take them! Oh, no, you don't deserve my
Control. Finna, use it.
I got it.
Switching sides.
I'll play.
I heard it. Don't worry. I heard it.
Trust my bots. It only malfunctioned that one time, and honestly, she won't miss that finger.
Okay.
It's lame classics on the ground.
Let's go, eh?
I should have died though in that. That was only a 140 headshot. I guess somebody else did damage.
Yeah, on chamber. I tapped him in the leg. Oh, you had a phantom, right?
Yeah.
Great.
Headshot, that's all that matters. Alright, let me get a smoke off.
Shadows traveling.
I'll find you.
Oh my god, he
spotted me.
teleported.
Still inside. Bring them down.
Placing swamp grenade.
Cover going.
I'm just gonna plant.
Yeah, he went back. He's a pussy.
Spike planted.
Yeah.
One down.
Bam.
Dude, your turret keeps stealing all my kills. Fucking crazy.
Why? Just why?
It's because he's main.
He's backside.
I'll find you. One enemy remaining.
That's
Wow.
going to leave a scar.
Easy.
Bit easy.
Nice work, Lon. All of you.
Why can't I buy a fucking sandal?
I'm feeling Marshall. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it now, Mr. Krabs.
Can't do full armor.
I'm feeling mid.
Outlaw.
You guys want to smoke or you want to just raw dog that shit?
No, I'm raw. What do you mean?
Doggy, man.
Come on.
Time for a field test.
Where are you?
Just down.
Is that one-way smoke?
Yeah.
Whose smoke is that?
It's there, Clove.
Oh, what's close? Fucking raise. push B.
Placing sentry.
Woo! Ah! Damn it!
Shit. Shit.
Last player standing.
I sold! I don't know. Probably here.
One enemy remaining.
Cover going out. Not ready yet.
30 seconds left.
Just somewhere over there. Or like, maybe there. Or like there. Or possibly there. Could also be there.
10 seconds left.
Maybe there too. Or potentially right there.
I have the spike.
Hey, you could have imagined.
The one ping that you...
Is everyone's tech still working? Double check it, please.
Okay, Vandal. Yeah.
Cool. That's how you survive.
Still in sight. Where are enemy spotted? A. Still waiting.
Turret out.
Fuck! I threw my shit off the wall.
Down, Molly.
Yeah, it hurts.
Bring them down.
Oh, I ran through it.
Well done.
One enemy.
Wow.
remaining. My ult is ready.
Backside.
Initiated. Spike planted.
80.
we have a... we have a thing.
Alarm bot out.
Shadows traveling.
Area's clear.
Take the top rag. It's yours!
Last player standing.
Oh!
You gotta be shooting me.
That was a questionable smoke, Chris. Questionable
What?
smoke.
What do you mean questionable smoke? He shot me through
You
the
smoked yourself.
I teleported in there.
Oh, okay, fair,
Hey.
fair.
Yeah, the goal was to teleport and swing around, but yeah, maybe we shouldn't have.
Wait, you got an ace?
Yeah.
You lost?
Match point. I did. Again.
Alright,
Wait,
Fear is a
after
trap,
I did
and the
like
trap
the
is
YOLO
fresh.
rush through Molly and get the entry, we lose that.
Hey,
Come on.
fuck getting kills.
It's,
Okay, let's
now it's about getting kills, huh?
That's fucking getting kills sometimes.
Yeah.
Right. We're gonna win or we're gonna win it.
Watch this shit. It's gonna be gross. Disgusting.
I'm just YOLO rushing.
I'll find you.
Fire in the hole!
Fuck you, Raze. Take that.
Yo, Chamber.
You had your fun. My turn.
Bro, why does the Omen...
Oh, the airstrafe! Oh!
I'm just gonna plant.
One enemy remaining.
That was disgusting. Oh, well, you
want
saw
to
him.
play? Let's play.
He's long. Oh, he's got op. Watch out. Nice.
Still just human.
Oh,
Sudden death.
god damn, bro. That fucking Phoenix almost pulled off the play of the century.
Guys, I'm YOLOing A.
He like jumped. He like.
Wait. Just before you YOLO, I mean, just at least provide a little cover.
He like jumps off the stairs.
No,
I'm about to shoot him with the off. The dude airstrafes out of the way. She was crazy.
2 smokes. Okay, just wait for the 2 smokes. That way, if you're gonna YOLO, might as well YOLO.
But then I somehow did 172 damage to him with my classic. I don't really understand how I did that.
He healed.
That one tap was crazy. I saw that.
I didn't understand how that worked.
One more, just wait for
I'll
one more.
find you. Still in sight.
I'm YOLO'd.
Spark out. Placing swamp.
Spike planted.
Placing swamp grenade.
Heaven. Well, heaven.
Bro, what is this guy looking?
No need to suffer.
Bro, I sold 120.
What the fuck?
I sold.
Last player standing.
Yeah, you got it. Okay, maybe you don't.
That.
What happened?
What I
like,
wish we would do.
what happened when y'all?
When we like
Defenders
do a
win.
3-person swing, that shit is glorious.
God damn it. Damn it.
Very disappointed.
Guys, I got 2 entries to get us on there. How do we lose?
Fucking YOLO.
Well, the YOLO works!
Alright, how do you want to split it up? Same? Like I said?
I don't mind.
Yeah, we can run it back together. We still haven't gotten the dub.
I know, we still haven't got a kill.
We still haven't gotten the dub we deserve.
We'll get the dub in comp.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
Well, we're completely up to you.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I have. No, it's Nikito. Let's run it back. We'll do it.
Alright. Should we stay in lounge or do we want to go to 4? Okay, let's go to core. Let's go to core.
Yeah, let's go to core. All right.
All right. We in?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Do it.
We are close. Well, not that close, but kind of close.
Match found.
Ooh,
Pearl.
I like it. Good start.
Which map is that?
So on the long ass B, you know?
Long ass B. Oh, maybe. Yeah. Wait.
Everyone
I'll see.
is afraid of someone.
Ooh, I like Harbor. I like Harbor. Do it.
Maybe it's Harbor.
He puts up these like big wave walls and shit. Nobody don't.
Who's playing?
If
Who's
I
playing the
would have picked Neon if you go at the. Yeah, I swear, you fucking cunt. I would.
Clove. Wait, what do you do, Rourke? What does your character do? Your crush?
She does like you know, like the dude with the arrow.
Yeah.
How he can spot people with it. It's essentially the same shit. I can spot people, but then I also get these like dogs that if they hit you, they'll blind you. So that can be used for info and entry. And then also I get this thing that if I hit it on the floor and you're next to it, you'll like get bound to it for a little bit. So it like fixes people in place. It's a good way to stop a push. And then
a trap thing?
yeah, it's kind of like a trap, but I gotta throw it and do it like straight up. And then the ult is like I get all these trails that I can throw the dogs on, and people get like lower health and they get spotted.
Oh, right. Okay. Fair enough.
It's just a lot of info, to be honest. It's info and entry. That's what she does. Definitely not super self-sufficient, if I would say so, to be honest.
Yo.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Alright, what are we doing? Hey noobs, let's rush B.
Yeah. Big time.
That's best way to start it off.
Yeah, just set the tone. Set the tone. Arena from last game? No.
Yeah, it's the same one, bro.
Cutting their vision.
I'm just sitting
Where are you?
Oh shit!
Enemy spot.
Mark 2.
Gun here. Bring them down. Reloading. They're blind with fear. Reloading.
No charges.
Pump.
Ooh. Thought I dodged it.
Last player
74
standing.
Sage, 74 Sage.
Come on, Nigma.
Why did that sound like Ligma so much?
Oh no.
One enemy
Woohoo!
remaining.
Can't use this yet.
Oh! Oh!
At least you tried the knife, I guess.
That was
Retarded,
good.
dude.
Time
Yep,
to
agreed,
hunt.
agreed.
No, I'm used to fucking knifing and smokes in CS, and I don't know why thought I was gonna be able to not see that.
Honestly, worth it.
Bro, CS is
Set,
so much better.
set the
game.
tone with the knife on
I
round
know,
one.
I only play CS, and so I'm used
Bro,
to like,
Valorant
people
sucks,
trying
man.
to fucking. I'm so used to people trying to just fucking defuse and smokes, and that's one thing. I was gonna try knifing, but yeah, that's retarded.
Reloading. Where are you?
Are we going mid?
Mark 2.
Okay. Look at this guy.
Okay.
Boner. Oh my god, that username, Stone to Boner.
All missiles away.
No.
Reloading.
You can go back, B, yeah.
For you.
I'll find you.
Lights down.
Spike down mid.
Bro, is that an outlaw?
Refreshing.
Oh my god, 50.
Last player standing.
Oh, I missed.
Hush.
Get planted, so win.
50 Gecko.
Ah!
That's right, dude.
Nice try.
Fucking bummer.
Their teeth will chatter in the cold and dark.
Okay. Let's go. Guys, maybe rush A.
It's a plan and a half.
Time to work. I'll find you.
Mid.
Mark 2.
Good night.
Blind with fear.
How'd that guy flash me so well?
Reloading.
For you.
Maybe rotate.
Reloading.
Bring them down.
Pushing mid one, I can hear him. One's mid.
Return to dust.
Go B, go B.
So I have the fucking sniper on this right now.
Up!
Where are they? Still waiting.
My ultimate is ready. Your duty is not over.
No targets.
away.
Kill 2.
Healing.
Reloading.
All raised. 30 seconds left.
Enemy spotted. B.
One enemy remaining. My ult is ready.
It's behind us, behind us.
Light planted.
Reloading.
Side, I'm going up top.
You guys can play for time.
Still waiting. Where are we?
Later.
Jesus Christ. That was bad.
That spray was so labored.
Healing.
Yeah, it was labored in half, bro. I was in labor during that. I mean, it was brutal.
Thank you.
Alright, I need to get my frags up. Are we going mid?
Embarrassing. I'll find you. Still waiting.
Enemy spotted. A. Locating targets. One suppressed.
There, take them!
Bring them down. Mark 2. We found one. Find you.
All missiles away.
Bring them down. One enemy remaining.
He's backside, he's backside.
Try guys.
Do what you're here to do, and we won't have a problem.
Alright, we can win.
Yeah, winnable.
Maybe mid to B.
I'm gonna try to get this orb in A for my ult.
My ult's not ready.
Take control.
Where are you? Mark 1.
That was tough. Fuck!
Bruh, dude, I hate
carrier's
that
down.
ability.
That was
Spike down mid.
Woo! My ult.
The ultimate is ready.
Let's go, boys.
One shot ahead.
2v4. 2v4! 2v4!
Three.
There you go, this.
Get your ace.
Let's go, boys.
Last player standing.
Fuck it.
Like I never left.
Pop it, baby.
One enemy remaining.
Pop it. Twist it. Bop it.
Yeah, GG's.
Last player standing.
Oh, wow.
What the fuck?
What is he doing?
Bro just discombobulated the man. Bro just discombobulated the man.
That was crazy.
30 seconds left.
What's this guy's ult?
Oh, it's like, it's actually, he's so nutty post plant, so he can just hide, basically. So, like, if he tries to defuse, his ult is like this strip that like bombs the whole area, and then he still has the missiles that he can shoot.
Oh shit.
Yeah, so it's like, it's
All missiles away.
You still ult.
Grenade is live. This is how it ends.
Hide. Why is he peeking?
Let's go.
That was all down abilities.
Yous don't get a reset button, so stay alive, please.
Alright, I'm gonna creep mid to A. The ultimate lurk play.
You want me to drone here? Are we pushing mid?
Pushing P.
Pushing P, pushing P, what's going on?
I'll find you.
One suppressed.
So gay, he's in smoke, he's in smoke.
Up!
You had your fun. My turn.
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
Oh, that was so clutch. Oh, never mind. It wasn't him. That was still clutch, though.
What?
It's you and me.
Oh, let's go, Nikita.
Nice shot.
Oh, you got it. You got it. Okay, maybe you don't.
Alright, that's crazy.
Bro, that was on his head, man. Oh.
I'll chalk that up to ping. I think you were receiving different information. Oh, fuck.
Nice try.
Nice try.
I reckon I'll take a kip after this. Around it.
Okay,
I'm gonna smoke here and here, and then we're gonna go inside.
Sounds good.
we going from B or where?
Alright, let me get orb and then I can plant. No, I will.
I'm gonna miss those screens and back.
Where are you? Marked one.
Drone going out.
Wall raised. Bring them down.
Oh, bro, he's in the fucking corner, man.
Enemy spotted B. Take hold. Bring them down.
Oh my god.
Yo, two behind, two behind, two behind, two behind.
Spike down B. Last player standing.
All right.
I got the.
Ah, nice try. Antsy. That was
Have any
Got a big
patterns
hook
emerged?
in that one.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna make any plans.
I think if we're gonna full push, we need to go faster because we don't have any like anything to watch flank.
Can you guys make a noise mid?
Sure.
Oh shite, I lost my pet rock.
Locating target.
I'll find you. Still waiting.
One suppressed.
I'm slowing him.
Bring them down.
Oh my god. Two are pushing A.
Just sit and smoke.
Bring them down. No peeking.
That's full game.
We'll catch them.
fuck.
Last player standing.
I
Spike
sold
down
that.
mid.
I sold that. Big time.
Story on my team, I guess. I don't know.
Ammunition.
Flawless.
Oh my.
Bro, this green is so annoying. He's like perfect flashes like every time.
I know, because the thing is, his flash can go through the wall.
You finished them.
So you can put it on one side of the wall and it'll go through it. So it's like, you kind of don't really expect it. Especially if you're used to it in CS, you know?
Yeah. You can't counter abilities.
Yeah, you just have to, like, for a flash, you just have to whip around. Like, that's your only chance.
I'll find you.
Guys, they're gonna rotate far. Maybe go back.
See if we can lure and get one mid here.
Reloading.
I'm really into that character.
Enemy spotted B.
I think I have A.
Sage is on B.
For sure, for sure. Let's ISO these coming up.
One's here, Isa. He's pushing mid, 50 HP.
It's you and me.
Nice, nice. I'm dead. I'm
Watch
dead.
him body,
Camp
watch him body.
Camp is B. Yeah, camp it. You'll get him.
Rest.
Let's get res off. Let's get res off.
140 Gecko as well.
Breach was A, hit 40.
Your duty is not
30
over.
seconds
Where
left.
are you? That was weird. Reloading. Gun here.
We're gonna push.
You'll back up or?
Yeah.
Is that a skin you're using?
Yeah.
Bring them down.
10 seconds left.
Get back, just get back. We can watch it.
Catch them.
Careful for flank.
Bring them down.
Off your feet!
Found one.
Uh-oh.
Have one of these.
Yeah, he has wingman on it.
Nice try.
Yeah, I tried to spray it. I don't think I got it.
As much as this
I had a fucking outlaw.
it's mine, and I will kill to defend it.
I can hold this onto A.
Just try to full rush something. Really drive it.
You wanna full rush? Hey?
Oh, fuck it.
Sure. Someone clear, like, make sure to clear sides. I
Their line
can
can't
missile
hold
that.
forever.
Let's push in when Reyna uses his blind, right, guys?
Where are you?
Bro, what is this?
This is how it ends.
One more, minus 70.
Spike down A.
Reloading.
All missiles away.
Bro, come on.
Fuck
I didn't know you guys were breaking the wall.
Locating targets. 3 suppressed.
Last player standing.
All right. All right. We're falling apart a little bit.
Prepare yourselves. We fight once again.
They rotate so fast. We can just.
Oh my god.
We're gonna go A and we can just walk at B's. 3 of you guys go A. And B, we just walk up.
I will hold up the sky.
I'll find you.
Watch the push from A.
Enemy
Nice.
spotted.
Spike down B.
I got the spike.
Where do we wanna go? Guys, I'm behind.
Bro.
Maybe go.
Bro.
I should go B. I'll clear behind.
Fucking bummer.
Go B, go B.
Finished.
Grab that to Vandal on his body.
Last player standing. Spike down B. 30 seconds left. Last player
Nice
standing.
try. That was tough.
That's for
Nice try.
Alright, 4-8's winnable.
Last round before the switch.
4-8, very winnable.
No, we really need
4-8 is very, very, very winnable. We could just like lurk, default, whatever you want to do, and then just play patient, let him come to us a little bit. Seemed aggressive as hell.
Where are you? Enemy spotted me.
Maybe walk into A.
They're guarding it pretty tight. You want to watch flank?
Dropping smokes.
Ah, you made a step, bro.
Where are you? Still waiting.
Good.
30 seconds left.
You can res after playing.
Guys, plant.
Protect Sage, protect Sage.
Take them! Bring them down.
You res Sage.
Enemy spotted.
My
139.
Bring them down.
Oh yeah!
Gecko 139.
Gecko's in ult. Watch out.
Gecko look.
I got missiles.
One
I
enemy
got
remaining.
Behind you, Rock. Gecko. Yeah, same position.
Last
Did I get inside
Good job, good job. Switching sides.
Woo!
It's winnable now.
We needed 4-8. We needed it bad.
I'm not tired. Are you?
Yeah, very winnable. Especially on defense. I think this map is really, really good for defense. So you can just get like your one pick, you know?
Yeah, exactly. That'd be aggressive. Nah, probably not.
Yeah, I'll use my eye mid. Just give me a little info.
We both have classics. Not a good idea.
Tighten our defenses.
I'll find you.
B.
Marked one.
One's mid.
At least sounds maybe 1 to 2 mid.
B.
Enemy spotted me.
Oh my god, that gun shit.
Enemy spotted B.
115 ISO link.
Spike down B.
Spike spotted B. Right here.
We need to get this pistol.
Oh, it's a big round. It's a fucking big round.
We got spike down. Just don't peek, just don't peek. They're coming on. They're on to them.
Last player standing.
Oh.
One enemy remaining.
Oh!
Spike down B.
Oh!
55.
No! I think picking up the sheriff was a mistake, but I would have done it.
I mean, it depends if he had ammo in his gun.
Yeah.
He did. We have to force this, I feel like.
Yeah, it does seems that way, yeah. I think it might be high time, but if we do, we better get it, right?
Guys, we need to force now. 4-9.
I'll find you. Bring them down. Spike planted. Drop in a scoop. Last player standing. Good attempt.
Oh yeah. We have all these like heroic plays going on. We just can't convert any of them. Oh.
Nice try.
Wash up, man. Keep fighting. Rest is overrated.
I'm gonna snipe. Okay.
10-5 versus 11 is a whole lot better than 11-4. Is that 2 rounds of wiggle room? Totally fine.
Where are you?
Fucking abilities.
Bring them down. We found one.
Bruh, I should have stayed, should have committed to the peak. Yes, boys. Yes, lads.
Oh, we won it.
Oh, maybe. Oh. Let's go. Big round, big round.
They have courage, but no one is immune to fear.
Dude, I fucking hate this guy with his breach is so annoying.
I know. It's like
the
it's
abilities are broken.
It's annoying as shit.
I'm just giving this corner their own medicine.
I'll find you. Mark 2.
It's 2 mid, heading it, I think.
Mid.
Spike down A. They're blind with fear. One enemy remaining. Down. Enemy spotted A.
Got me, 59. I am 59. I'm on.
I knew
nice.
Whew!
Oh yeah.
Big fucking rounds right there. Huge rounds.
Fling it back, man.
Yeah. One step at a time.
That was a nice bit.
Can we get one more A?
Maybe do a bit of B aggression.
Oh, yeah, I'll rotate. Yeah, your way.
I'll find you.
It's you and me.
Get him.
80 clove mid link.
Oh my god.
You will not kill my allies.
Enemy spotted. Yet.
All missiles away.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Oof. That was a tough round. That was a tough one.
My city needs me. I can't be away for long. Let's end this quick.
Honestly,
I can buy you clothes. Well,
do I do it?
What? You want to all?
No. I'm gonna do it.
Where are you?
You were saying
Sounds like
something?
B again. Sounds like B again.
Drone is down.
One of you from mid, just go mid. Yeah, that's
some mid.
Ah, fuck. You just outswung me. Clean and fair.
Behind you, Lord.
Oh my god. Hedgehog.
Clean and simple.
Breach is low.
Last player standing.
Spike down B.
Breach is low.
Spike planted.
All missiles away.
Okay. Well, gents, we now have to be perfect.
Match point.
Remember,
Just feasible.
no one wants to die on
Very focused now.
Someone please go mid.
I'll find you.
Oh, well, I fucked that. Terrible eye. Oh. And it cost us, bro. Terrible eye, and it cost us. Nice shit, though. Honestly, nice shit.
You had your fun.
I'm just running. I'm not getting hit by his ult. Fuck that.
Ah, fuck, you revived.
Last player standing. Spike planted.
120 ISO.
Oh, I'm like,
Dropping smoke.
oh, I checked there. That's crazy.
Oh!
Well, Reno, I could at least say now that you're fucking ass. Ooh, big game though.
Ouch. God damn.
Well, I'm done for today.
Yeah. Damn it.
Did I lose a rank? I probably did, right?
Nah, I don't think you did. Unless you were already at 0.
Oh, I must be just a few points.
Close. Close.
Well, let's go back to the
Yeah.
Yo, what's up?
5.
Are you guys winning?
It's 9 and 10.
Sweet fat owl.
Yeah.
Good
It was
shit.
good at the beginning, and then
Good
we just kind of fell apart.
Wait, what happened to y'all?
We had a really good beginning, and then we kind of everything just fell apart for the team.
Yeah, our CT side just wasn't working.
What was the score?
Was it 12-6 or 12-7?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
The sad part is we had all these like kind of heroic moments that just couldn't close. Like we had like 2 or 3 things that could have been a clutch, like really important clutches, and just would die the last one.
Just shut the fuck up.
You got someone chatting again.
Why are people on the left still doing these crippling purity tests? Shouldn't you guys be creating like a unified front and like setting aside your differences, because we're kind of in the process of becoming like, I don't know if we're in the process or already there, but it's like fascism and authoritarianism I feel like is a bigger deal than you know, whatever differences they might have on Palestine and Israel.
Good question. Let me grab a Red Bull and I'll answer.
Sure, no problem. Maybe there's a bunch of stuff in context I'm missing out, but it just seems like
you know, they don't care. Yeah, they just don't care.
That doesn't make any sense to me.
Fuck.
Right?
Good round.
Alright, somebody stream it.
Wait, hold on.
KJ request. One mid. Probably pushing B.
That's A. It's A.
It's 1A. Stay anchored. Stay anchored.
Get Rangers over there.
I'm gonna stick. Just cover. Art. I'm flying.
Fuck.
Good round. One
Good
more.
shit.
Can you stay there, just like main?
Yeah. She didn't set up anything. Yeah, I got smoke.
It's A.
I got some smoke, A. Which one of y'all, Cypher?
Dug out.
Nice.
Anti.
So one more opportunity, boys.
Sheesh.
Goes out in regulation.
Okay.
Right here, mid. Just hold. Just slow A. Slow A. They're on.
Fuck.
I have flank.
Let's go.
One art.
I'm sticky.
Flank. Man, GG guys.
Hey,
Have a good
good
day.
shit.
Let's go.
Good job. What rank are you guys now?
I think he just. I just silver. Benno's on his way out of iron.
Iron something. Fucking. A little 11 points. Okay.
It was bad because of fucking dude. Their Phoenix or our Phoenix was such a shit show, dude.
Yeah, I think
Kept
our.
stealing the bomb away from fucking Finna.
That's pretty funny.
So yeah, so we were down. What was the half like? 5-7. No, it was like 4-8.
It was like 6-9
or some shit.
We were
4-8, I think.
We had who was the guy that kept fucking complaining? It was a douchebag. It was like
Oh no.
Yeah, he was trying to like chirp Nikita for having like an 80 fucking ping connection.
No, but that was funny because he was like, was it Rainer from last game, which went 0,
Right.
or was it like, and I was like, yes, it was.
Oh, that makes so much more sense now.
You know, here I said that first round.
Right, I remember. I didn't put 2 and 2 together. Yeah, I guess this dude probably had a bad experience with Arena like early on, because just from minute 1, he was like immediately tilted.
It's so hard to. I mean, Benna knows because I'm trying to stay as calm as possible in comms. The second we're just on Discord, you guys know how I am. Fuck everybody.
Yeah.
That kid, man. Oh my god.
Was he like? Was he just playing weirdly, or is he?
I mean, the
Nah,
first
he's playing
time
fine. He's just fucking annoying. He's just like wants to be in control, but like is not in control.
he would do stuff like he's the duelist. He has the bomb and he's like lurking mid. I don't know. It was just fucking like, what, dude? You don't need to ego peek everything, and then he had the audacity to ask to queue up with me. The fuck, dude? Get out of my face. Anyways, good times, guys. We got some works to do.
Yepers.
Getting closer and closer. All right.
Yes, sir.
I'll catch you guys later.
Catch you guys later.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, so do need to play test with you.
Yeah, I'm down.
Yeah, it's on my branch. We were talking about it before we ran it.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just the same normal scene. It's more just to test jumping on and off outside of multiplayer play.
Gotcha.
If there's any weird shit. But yeah, we should have cars supported. we might have to look at the like differences in your vehicle script and this vehicle script for the forces, and like reverse and drift and shit like that. But everything else.
Word. And that's been a stable, or?
Oh no, shit, just main opening now.
Word. All good.
Also, like we could take a break.
It's all good. I'm good to go. You are.
All right, yeah. Just give me that too.
Yeah.
Gave me an ultimatum. Fellowship or marriage.
You chose your marriage.
No, I'm leaving him. Because a marriage that results to ultimatums, it's not a marriage. I mean, what kind of husband does that? So, I'm going to be a single mom. It's not the time for new specialties. Dan, I'm sorry. No, it's just the first time I said it out loud. So I'm just gonna took the wind out.
Miranda, are you sure about this? He might come around. He's just scared.
We're all scared. If you're not scared, you're not paying attention. What time of space it is? It scary? One of my residents just signed up to go to war. Another one just almost lost her life to melanoma. Now she doesn't know what day it is. That's scary. He's just weak. Oh, a pat on the back isn't gonna help.
Understand. That's all.
Yes, sir. That would be. Oh, a pat on the back isn't gonna help. It is that scared to go in now.
He gave it to your patient. That's why I had a cold sore.
Wait, what the fuck?
Fellowship. First time I said it out loud.
He gave it to your patient. That's why her tumor shrank. Virus went after cancer first. How you doing? That woman you helped gave her a virus. She's healed. I have a gift. What you have is herpes encephalitis. The only way you can transmit.
Shepard?
I hope I'm not too late. I would like to be considered for the position. Chief of surgery. You've got to be kidding me.
Are you asking for anything specific in the offer?
I would need twice the existing rate and full flexibility to travel to visiting labs. Also, I found out what they're paying at Seattle Pres. You should be a little embarrassed.
Why do you have to visit other labs when we have a lab right here for you?
I don't need to go anywhere.
I'm sorry, Dr. Shepard. I'm unable to consider your application, and I've already offered the job to Dr. Altman. 75% above your existing rate, a full-time administrative assistant, and a stipend. A small stipend.
Deal. You're welcome. What? Bailey sent me in here. I don't want to be chief.
Shepard.
We had an opportunity present itself to buy a home from a family friend at a pretty well discounted price. We knew that it was too much house for it because a 4,200 square feet house, $315,000 is what we paid for it. First time home buyers, so we didn't have any money to put down. 0% down is what we got. Barely making it, living paycheck to paycheck. Struggling, our marriage was struggling. We just decided we can't do this anymore if we want this to work. Sold the house in 7 days for $415,000, so $100,000 more than we gave for it. I bought my wife a car.
What are you smoking that you go buy a $37,000 car after you just sold the house because you couldn't breathe? I mean, when I went broke, Logan, I was your age. And I had to sit down and do an autopsy, a CSI, on Dave. And I looked at all the stupid butt stuff Dave was...
This is the Scaled Agile Framework for lean enterprises. Not your big, heavy enterprises with lots of process and rules and 5 middle managers for every developer. No, this is for lean enterprises. Somewhere, where... Oh, what have they done with them? Oh, look, no, there. That's the programmers. Yeah, shift left. So yeah, there are versions of the Scaled Agile Framework for people who go, oh no, that looks a bit sort of slapdash to me. This is Auto Scrum 1.1. This is Accenture. I mean, just I don't even. That's why it costs what it does with Accenture. You sort of, well, okay, you know, it's really good. They got processors and all this sort of stuff. Has anyone seen this before? This is from Deloitte. This is actually from an interactive website that they make. The 2 previous slides are single dots on this chart. It's like they made it look like the London Underground, and if I'd been the London Underground, I'd have been can you not do that? You're making us look bad. This is...
Oh, can you cash my check for me, V?
How much is it for?
$720.
You don't have that kind of money first thing in the morning?
We don't have that kind of money last thing at night.
Wait, $720? What are you talking about? We worked the exact same shifts last week.
Yeah, 40 hours times
18. $18 an hour? I make 15.
Oh.
You guys make $18 too? Jacob. You pay far more than me. He gets $18 an hour. I don't.
Oh, you're a girl.
What does that have to do with anything?
You take a lot of bathroom breaks. Being, getting your period and whatnot.
What?
24 minutes in the can, 38 hours cooking. Weird world, Doug. If you don't like it, find another job.
Oh, can you cash
The strategy which we've seen before is we want to offer a product at every possible price tier in increments of 10 that someone might buy a product.
Okay. Nope, not yet.
Samsung's gonna have to throw that A series, they have the Galaxy series, they have the Galaxy S, they have the Galaxy Z. If you pick a price point, we've got a phone for you. And I guess that's kind of what this company's doing, but instead of everything being nothing phone,
It is normal Samsung.
Yeah. Share screen.
Samsung Galaxy S versus iPhone versus Vivo versus Oppo. Like, these companies are pouring so much into bleeding edge phones, and if you're just starting up, you can't get the suppliers and get the price down to actually compete there. I guess the strategy which we've seen before is we want to offer a product at every possible price tier in increments of 10.
Shit. Alright, shall I run it?
Yeah, so you can jump in first. I don't think I had, like, there's a chance that my vehicle might spawn on you, so I'll just wait for you to, like, drive first.
What are you doing?
Chief, Bailey's in there.
Bailey's back? O'Malley.
She's in labor. Dr. Montgomery Shepherd is examining her cervix.
I can see that quite clearly. O'Malley, stop looking.
Pretty amazing, right?
Our Bailey. Coming a mother.
Hey, guys. What's going on? Bailey's in there. Oh, Bailey's back? That's excellent. And her cervix is being examined by my wife. Just will never get out of my head. Thanks for the PR.
Okay, I'm in there.
All right, I'm jumping in. Have you tried jumping out of the car?
I will try that right now. Yep. Seems like it works just fine.
Drive?
Yep.
Okay. Daughter at 6. Alright, I'm in here. Whoa. I just got spawned under your car.
Oh, it's because I was running around. My bad.
Yo, that's crazy. Okay. Well, I guess I'm a rider.
Okay, this is
But can you hear me in voice chat?
I can, yeah.
Oh shit, let me turn this on.
Do you see this? Yeah. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. But you're on here? I can, yeah. Which makes sense, because you're receiving the info from me at the same time. Right. So is mine, which makes sense. We can try that. Whoop! Okay. Yeah. I can still hear you, yeah. Alright, I'm on. Yeah. 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 Uh-oh. Oh no, no. Oh. Nope. Bro. Alright, there we go. Alright, there we go. I think so. Oh no, I'm not on. Never mind. I didn't set. I think. Yeah. Yeah, definitely not, like, sort of doing it anymore. Nope. Say what? No. Yeah, I never did. Yeah, I never did. Right, I don't think there's a network transform on it, right? Yeah, real-time transform.
Okay, so jumping on and off and off and on and again is kind of fucked.
Yes.
Okay, cool. That'll look good.
Alright.
All right.
It looks like
Do
I
you
got
have
Oh yeah.
an error? Yeah.
I have a null reference. So Object reference not set to an instance of an object. Vehicle 317.
Okay. Oh, line 317. Gotcha.
There are no gaps. And there were gaps in it up until as late as the 1950s. One of the last elements to be discovered was technetium.
Set steering wheel pivot.
Tech is human-made.
Okay.
Technology is we made it, it's not in nature. Tech means
So we're not setting a steering wheel. And this should come from.
nature makes elements up to 90.
Should be set.
Have created elements beyond that up to 118.
The number is the amount of protons in the
number of protons.
So it's like we have one with 8, we have one with 10, but we can't find the one with 9.
Right, so we know we find the one with 9.
That's how you have gaps.
That's how you know that there's a gap. Because it's a discrete number of protons in the nucleus.
But it wasn't set for you. Okay, I got trying to leave a vehicle with no current.
118, but not in the main table that you saw.
So yeah,
hanging in the front
when
of
you
your chemistry
leave,
class.
basically you take away your stabilizer and then have to do a check for if we have a driver. And this have a driver check is just checking the model, the driver, the client ID. Is it set basically? Because we always reset it to -1, or we should if you leave. So then we check if you're the driver or if you were a passenger, basically. And we either unset, set it to -1, and then clear ownership, like give up ownership basically of the real-time view. But we don't give up ownership of the transform, so that you still simulate the physics, but someone can like do something else and request to be owner of this vehicle. At least I think that's how it works. This could be by misunderstanding. But then if you're not the driver, in this driver check, it's just checking that if your client ID is the same as the driver. So if you're not, then we're assuming that you're the passenger. You should hit this, but you didn't get any of this removed passenger stuff at all in the logs, did you?
Let's check the logs. So I got added a new passenger. I got that once. Trying to leave vehicle, I got that 18 times.
Okay, wait. Added a new passenger. So you did enter as a passenger that first time. And what we did was set up your stabilizer. That's the snap you felt.
Yep.
That was good. And your client ID was 1 or something like that?
It says added a new passenger 0. So that might have been when I was driving.
0. Yeah, so you're 0. You're the first person.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I am 0.
Okay, yeah. Okay. Okay, cool. And then you said what? You got 18 times?
I got so I think it was, I'll go through it. Exit collider collided with avatar, local normal. Vehicle exit requested. Requesting vehicle exit for player 0. Trying to leave vehicle. Setting input handler to blank. Configuring newly set input handler.
Okay, does that make sense? So basically what I do is I set this to null. This is the same exact one I use as a handler. Maybe it doesn't perform the same if I just pass null in here, which is what I just did, to set it to null. Maybe I need something else that like doesn't do all this, because if I just set this to null, right, there is no handler for the input handler. And then we just do all this stuff, which is probably going to fail, right?
Right.
Which is why we failed right here. That makes a lot of sense. So if this handler is null, right, let's just bail out.
Knight, thank you so much for the 1,000 biddies. Now, Wild Knight, was that a gift? Or is that something that I should be scared of? Is that a
a lot of biddies. It's a lot of biddies and I'm terrified. Now, it's not Kirby, because Kirby is 10,000 biddies, okay?
So you got a no reference error, and then that like basically broke something for you, and you weren't able to participate in this process ever again, pretty much.
Yes.
Or maybe we keep going
So
through
I
the
got
logs and it was something else.
So I got the no reference exception 17 times.
Mm.
And
Is that you jumping on and trying?
I think probably. And that in the last one the timestamp was around the same time, I think. As those same, yeah, it was identical to those same logs. So 14, 13, newly set input handler, and then over here in the errors we have the null reference exception. Set and configure input handler.
Gotcha.
So probably just cut the flow.
Okay. So yeah, something about this doesn't make sense. When we actually set it as a driver, it seems to be okay. Could be.
I got a one error at the beginning, which might have been when I was first getting on my car, because it's a different error, so it looks like maybe it was logged for a different version of vehicle. So this might have been when I was driving, but I still got this null reference.
Okay, maybe we run it again and just look at logs.
Yeah.
This is helpful. Oh, first let me undo what I just did.
Is it over?
On my end.
Now, if I heard that during during repo with absolutely no knowledge, that was a Tangia. Wild Knight, thank you so much for the
1,000 biddies. Now, Wild Knight, was that a gift? Or is that something that I should be scared of? Is that a gift or a curse? I'm scared. It's a lot of biddies. It's a lot of biddies and I'm terrified. Now, it's not Kirby, because Kirby is 10,000 biddies, okay?
It's for the XRI project validation. The starter thing.
Yeah.
It's the worst.
I just think for some reason it lives in samples.
Now, if I heard that during during repo.
I'm not touching you, little duck, even if you beg. Oh, there's a little explodey guy. Can he explode on the duck?
Yeah.
What if we just let that happen? How do we explode them?
Okay.
I got it.
We're running.
I got it, milady.
Stop honking its nose!
Stop honking! Stop honking!
Hey, Matara, wanna see something cool? Well, it blew the duck up, so...
I think I killed the duck. No,
it lived! It lived!
Oh, the duck! I'm not touching.
Is everyone I've ever met a psychopath?
Yes, good that we've settled that.
Shut up!
You were a doctor who went to war. You're a man who couldn't stay in the suburbs for more than a month. Your best friend is a sociopath who solves crimes as an alternative to getting high. You're abnormally attracted to dangerous situations and people, so is it truly such a surprise that the woman you fall in love with?
Why is she like that?
Because you chose her.
Why would you help me?
Because you saved my life.
Sorry, what?
When I happened on you at Magnuson. Precisely calculated shot to incapacitate me, in the hope that it would buy you more time to negotiate my son. Of course, you couldn't shoot Magnuson. On the night that both of us broke into the building, your own husband would become a suspect, so you calculated that Magnuson would use the fact...
You live here?
Yeah. Oh, my bad. Should I just jump, because you made some changes, or should I jump in anyway?
No. I wrote them off back.
Oh, my bad.
I just want to see where these logs occur, but I just realized I'm player one now.
Jumping in. I am in here.
Okay.
Alright. So, I can jump on and check the logs. Alright, got snapped on. So, no error. Alright, entering vehicle as passenger. Alright, now I'll try exiting. Alright, got a null reference on exit.
Okay. Do we have the line?
379. Try leave vehicle.
Fact of your involvement rather than sharing the information.
Okay, so I guess player name. Maybe I don't need this. So yeah, it fails because it fails to get your player name. Why that is, I don't know.
Okay. Try and jump back on. Alright, yeah, nothing jumping on.
Wait, so nothing as in like no logs?
Well,
like you didn't get the enter passenger side of things anymore.
I trying to leave vehicle
with no current driver.
No. Alright, so no, I didn't get any re-enter. I guess because I didn't leave.
Yeah, because the no reference. You didn't fully leave. But now you have no stabilizer. Ooh, one thing we can test, if you in inspector parent your like both network player and local player, I wonder if I drive, if I see you as perfectly stable.
And I'll turn off my it says I still have a stabilizer on my side.
What happens if you just drag yourself out of it?
I will check. No new logs, but okay, so normal prototype, and then which is my network player. That's me. Also on the normal prototype. Alright, I parented both.
Parented both?
Yeah.
Well, then you snapped off.
Like.
Are you on the car right now?
Yeah.
Oh shit, okay.
Alright, I didn't move. Oh, I might have parented to the wrong one. Yeah. Yeah, I parented to the wrong one. Hold on. Okay, well, just I'm parented now, so you can see me. I'm over here. Oh fuck. Okay, we're in different places. Hold on. Let me just gotta. I think it's biffed. I think. Let's try this again. Let's just leave and go back.
How did she save your life? I found the ambulance. She phoned first.
Emergency. Which service do you require?
Guess what piece of shit lawyer just...
Oppo with...
Okay, what if you just rejoin? Because I'm still in the room. I want to see what happens.
Oh fuck. Hold on. My phone's just died. It has died at hilariously convenient times. Alright. Jump back in.
Oppo with Color OS is so shameless about copying many things from the iPhone. Open the settings app and tell me that's not just the iPhone settings app.
The dynamic island is so good though.
The dynamic island they've copied. See that button on the side on the top left of the phone?
Oh,
hold that down. It's exactly the action button from the iPhone.
And it has the dynamic
and the little action button thing. Now on the right side of the phone, you see that little flat area. It's literally camera control. Double tap opens the camera, slide up and down, it zooms in and out. They've copied camera control.
It literally looks the same.
If you hold it in.
So yeah, they've obviously taken a lot of inspiration.
All right, I'm back. Okay, so I need to jump on. I now need to yeah. So take the local off the stabilizing buffer. Need to make sure I have the right prototype. Alright, that's the one up top. And then is that me? It is me. Okay. I've parented myself.
Ooh, see, when that happens, now you're like over somewhere else. Do you see yourself on this car?
I do.
Okay, maybe if you unparent your network player.
Okay, yeah. Because it could be that the network player only syncs in world space for you.
And now you're back on the car.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So maybe we can't do that.
Which kind of makes sense.
But your local player is parented to this car, right?
Yeah. Well, drive again? Well, now I'm not. It's kind of weird. Also, I got my character controller back, which is weird. I might have forgotten to turn it off.
No, it turns back on when you get disconnected.
Oh. Oh, okay. Yeah, I somehow got on the stabilizing buffer again.
Okay, so that's interesting. So when you parent your local player in iDrive, you like slide away.
Alright, let's try this one more time. Go for it again. Alright. Yeah, I'm on the car. Totally fine.
Okay. Yeah, I see you keeping up.
Just not in the right way, right?
It's like you slide back, but it's not like the worst. Like I see myself sliding back too. Yeah, but then you're still here.
Right.
Okay. That got choppy for me.
Yeah, we're stuck. Okay. Well, yeah, I think. All right, I guess parenting the network player kind of makes sense that it won't work, because
unless there's like a setting that like does that for us, that takes us out of like.
Well, no, because what we forgot is you have to also parent my network player to the car.
Shit, that's a good point. So, do we want to try it? Like, I think we should try that real quick.
Yeah.
Like, what if it's that simple? Like, hey, the model change tells us new passenger added, everyone parent this prefab.
Yeah, it's the same thing we do with parts, because the parts, it syncs the values. So, but if the values are expressed in world space, then that doesn't work. But if it's expressed in local space, then it's totally fine. So we have to tell you to parent that player.
I just blanked. My fault. What are we doing?
I'm gonna jump on.
Okay, we're retrying this test,
Yeah.
right? And I'm parenting your network player as well.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was just a little quiet. Okay. Oh, that's interesting. Because it was my car, probably.
I guess.
All right. Well, we could just do this in reverse.
If I just parent my.
Then I will parent your person here in a second. Okay, where are you? There you are. Okay. So you're parented, you're still a little off where you actually are. Not perfectly. Which kind of makes sense because yeah, if you move, you move. Yeah. What did you just parented yourself to the root, right? Of the right car? Yeah. Alright. All good. Ah!
Alright.
There we go. Now you're in the right place.
On the right. Alright. How about my character controller?
Yep. You move perfect.
Okay. Alright. So if you drive.
Yeah.
We should both see me in the right place.
Think. Oh, shit. Alright. Alright. I'm ready. Yeah, it's totally fine.
Yeah, and I don't see double me either. Like if you drive pretty fast, let's see.
Alright, let me. Oh wait, shit. Fuck. Oh, what the fuck's going on? Hold on. I think my headset's like. There it is. Sorry, it was like not detecting my head. Oh, I've lost. I think we're just.
No, you're not driving.
Maybe. Oh no, I am. We're just. Wait, what the fuck? It's like. Give me a second. Come on, let me. I think the car's just stuck.
Devᯅ, can you drag it in editor? Is that like because you own it? Then you could.
Let me check. Ow! Fuck. kick my desk. Really hurt. I cannot. Oh, I kind of can. Just like I can only nudge it. Hold on, yeah, wait. I was like, yeah. Come on. Just move yourself. Alright, I got a really stupid idea. It might work, though. Okay, there. Alright. Turned off and on the vehicle script. Oh, wait a minute. Wait, I gotta move. I gotta get over there. Okay, let's try this again.
That work?
Yeah.
That's great. Okay, yeah, I see myself sticking to this car.
Yeah, you're rock solid, dude. I mean, it's like...
That's crazy.
Okay, I mean, it's just
my
it.
character controller is off.
Right.
Let me try to turn it on.
Alright.
This is where shit falls apart.
Usually.
Alright, let's go.
Yeah. Alright. Now, that's admittedly your local player, yeah.
Let's see.
Yeah, your local player.
Like that's where I'm like, if we can just switch to an on-car character controller.
Yeah. It's possible.
Right, now it's off.
I think you're not a passenger anymore. You try to leave. But yeah, I mean, you were completely rock solid.
All right, so that looks like the solution to that situation. So like in our try to enter and try to exit logic, we can totally incorporate like parenting. Yeah, there's still this other.
I think the thing is that there's like the smoothing buffer is like
Yeah,
I mean,
we need it. We need it.
We need it just for the experience, but like maybe we can get that from like something else slightly. Like,
I mean, I'm not against it, but like we have to parent ourselves to this car.
Yes.
It seems like.
Yes.
So maybe it's like, how do we smooth? Because really not your body, because we do want your body with the car. That's not what we're saying. And maybe again, it's only smoothing in one direction now. But
Is it not great
like,
now?
if we can figure out a kinematic way to move that I think factors in like the vehicle position for like where you're supposed to put yourself next. Like I think we could figure that out, right? Or they have something off the shelf as far as like a KCC goes. But if we just switch to a on-car one and parent ourselves like this seems to work for everybody, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, then like when you get off, you just unparent yourself, and that should work again. And we switch the controllers again.
Yeah.
Again, it sounds complicated. It sounds like we need like a state thing. To your point of like that's just like a vehicle state, like an on vehicle state, where we can just swap all of that out. Because now it sounds like it's gonna live in two places. It's gonna live in the enter logic and the exit logic. But like that seems wrong now.
I think the one thing that you have to make sure is that there isn't like we're not victims of the lag, because in that parenting moment, you know, like if I don't parent you at the same time you parent or before you parent your own network player, you're like off the car to me, right?
So if you do it before me,
If you do it before me, it doesn't matter. It's just, I think if I do it before you, there's a problem.
Wait, so if I parent my both of my people to the car
Yeah.
before you, nothing changes, right?
No. If
Or
so,
like
if,
it's not like a visual.
if you're jumping on the car and you parent yourself as a passenger and your network person before I do, you're like off to the side.
Got you. So you have to do it before me.
I think. Yeah.
Hmm.
Well, or at least in the same moment. The thing is, the part parenters, like, technically I think it works out because I mask it behind like a VFX, like a poof, you know? So it's like that little moment where they might be a little discontinuity goes unnoticed. But
I mean, to be fair, right? We haven't tried it in code execution, like at runtime. Like we did with human error, like drag these things. So to your point, there could be a snap. It could also be so fast that like we don't see it, or that it doesn't really get calculated as a true snap. Don't know. That's a really good point.
Well, actually, hold on. Do you think the me parenting myself and you getting the signal to parent me arrive at the same time? Probably, right?
I think it's synced on the same network time, so I should, yeah.
So in which case, that's not actually that bad, because it's not like one's coming after the other. It probably would execute at the right time. You just want to make sure that it exists somewhere before that.
Yeah. Okay, so we were airing out at the passenger loop somewhere. 379, right? This thing. Okay. I don't know if it makes sense to like go through and debug this, if that's like a worthwhile thing for you, or if there's something else that we want to address.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's just do it one at a time. Because I think, to your point, like me going off and doing grab stuff right now, I'd rather work through all the tech debt just like incrementally and sort of slowly.
Okay, pull the chair. Let's get to it.
Like, two characters go through a breakup or a divorce or whatever like that at the table.
Yeah, vehicle interaction system.
Has to continue to follow both characters.
Yeah.
So a breakup can
logs.
be challenging because you go, like imagine if.
Okay, I kind of got to go bit by bit with the logs, but like this gets called when this vehicle spawns. It gets set up with the player, and it sets up these colliders like locally. So like the collider interaction is like a pure local one that isn't really networked. And based off of the local state of that collider, whether like you actually hit this collider yourself, then we kind of call functions and do network stuff to like try to be the driver. And that kicks off a whole sequence of like sending your input. So really everything boils down to like this thing gets initialized, and on enable and disable, we set up these trigger events. And in the trigger event, we basically look for, are you hitting the entry collider, which we've enabled, or is that disabled and you're hitting the exit collider and whole of it, right? And you have to be a player to trigger this. Okay. Once that's happened, entry, right? This happens for both, every single person, driver, passenger. They go through this flow. We get your hardware rig. We check if there's a driver. If there's not, your driver. If there is, your passenger. So this seems to be okay. Like jumping on and off. You were able to do that, right?
As a driver? I think so, yeah. Yeah, that was fine. I might have just never left being a driver. I think I did. Yeah, I think it was fine. I remember seeing snapping twice.
Okay, so we can even go through this flow. So being a driver, entering vehicle as driver, we set the model. We also set your name. Like there needs to be a better way to get this, but we get the name from you and set it.
Yeah.
So that those fields in the vehicle model are set for this instance. Everyone knows who's the driver. If we want to show like a name tag based off of this, we could. Or is it? It seems to be working. You seem to be able to not be driver and be driver.
I think so.
But this makes way more sense to me that we would get this ownership first and then modify things. So I would want to test this, but it's also not broken. This is confusing to me. But if we want to
I did get, admittedly, I did get a null reference exception. Like I remember the first time I was driving my own car, I got a null reference for that thing.
Let's try this. But yeah. While this reloads, we request ownership. We modify the model. And then we set our input handler, and this is on the vehicle script, and we'll go there. And then we set up the stabilizer. The vehicle interaction should always have a reference to the vehicle script. So we can call this set and configure script to say take the input handler and set it to be the input handler for this car. And then we also have this new function that takes a steering wheel pivot transform and sets it for the input handler because it lives on the player now.
Right.
And then we also set your method to steering wheel so that it's not joystick. We also pass null in here sometimes. So I do think it's important that we can set this to null, but if the input handler is null, yeah, like we can't configure, and it's not necessarily an error. It's just more we want to not get this null reference. Or maybe we want to set these things to null as well for the player because they shouldn't still have this steering wheel in their thing.
That kind of makes sense, yeah. It's like...
Yeah, like...
But does that just lead to, like... Now, you'll get allowed to do something that won't work?
Well, I think this only... Well, I guess you're right. Like, we could call this a different name for this context of, like, entering versus, like, if we ever call this for leaving, which we do. And again, this gets called for maybe both people, which is also partly the problem. So, right. Maybe I only need to set this to no for the driver, like, for real, because there was no steering wheel ever. So, yeah, that's a very good point. Where's the other one? Yeah, here. If we try to leave the vehicle, we unset the current input handler, but well, this is for driver. So are you getting this error here when leaving as driver?
Let me see if I still have my logs. I do. Yes, so I got 3 object references for set and configure input handler. Trying to leave a vehicle with no current driver. Got 2 of those.
Okay. So it looks like you do get unset at some point.
Yeah.
And you're still a part of the vehicle in some way.
And they produce the YCC concept.
And you end up trying to leave again. Okay.
As it gave the driver the largest
first
possible
case.
view to make parking and backing up easier.
So maybe we should just debug the driver flow from like test, right? Like we jump on, we see the logs. We jump off, we see the logs. I think if you try that, I'm gonna try that after you with this code.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if there's such thing as like a behavior mismatch anymore. Like I don't know what's gonna happen.
Yeah.
Maybe you try that first because I just wrote some shit.
Okay.
Before I push it and try this.
Okay.
But basically, yeah, just to see the logs match up for the whole experience as driver from entry to exit.
Yeah. All right. I'll get on that.
Washer fluid, so they put that on the outside of the car, and the engine oil only needed to be changed every 30,000 miles. The gullwing doors provided easy entry as well as storage for an umbrella, and the gas and brake pedals had an adjustable heel rest. The seats were ergonomically built with a woman's body in mind and were easily interchangeable to switch up the color scheme, plus the headrest was split so a ponytail would sit comfortably. The car was unveiled at the 2004 Geneva Motor Show and got great reviews, but sadly was never put into production and remained a concept. Fun fact, in 2001, Volvo gave 9 women a blank slate and told them to create a car by women.
Okay. Alright, jumping on. Snaps. Alright. No errors. Vehicle set to exit mode. Input method set to steering wheel. Configure the newly set input handler. Yep. Alright, I'm gonna leave. Alright, first null reference exception. Set and configure vehicle input handler 317.
Okay. 317 for you.
For me. Configuring newly set. I got setting vehicle input handler to null and then configuring newly set input handler. Just because it's null. Does that make sense? I can't configure one that doesn't exist.
Yeah, so basically you set it to null and then we configure it right after.
Yeah.
But in this null case we should bail out.
Yeah, that's a good point. Alright. And then coming back on. No snap. Because I never left. Yep. And then alright. And then trying to get off again. Trying to leave a vehicle with no current driver. Ooh, try leave vehicle successfully resolved. Is vehicle occupied false? Vehicle set to entry mode. Snap on the second time I get in. Or third time I try and get in. So
you got like no references the first time.
First time, yeah. So set input handler to vehicle input handler. Yep. And so I entered correctly again on the third time. Got the null reference for leaving. Didn't get on. Alright. Successfully resolved again. And then alright, so it seems essentially like I jump on, I enter correctly. I jump off, I leave incorrectly. So I jump back on just to get inside the collider again. And when I jump off a third time, I get this trying to leave a vehicle with no current driver. Because probably the driver was set to nothing when I left the first time. And I guess try leave vehicle successfully resolved is Maybe
Ooh,
some.
no, I think I know what's happening because you couldn't get there if there was no driver. Or I guess it is the default case, right? So
Yeah.
if there's no driver and you're somehow you're not marked as a driver, but how are we not treating you as like my thing is like you should fall into either of these cases, but these only apply to there being a driver. So there's no driver, and somehow, I guess that's just the default case, is that there's no driver and you're somehow trying to leave.
Yeah, so I
And we
think.
can only, yeah, no,
Yeah,
my fault.
my bad. Go ahead.
No, I had nothing.
I think what's happening is, I mean, admittedly, without looking at it, the car, when the, like, we have the local player as driver or whatever, like, so when I am the driver, when I leave the first time, we must set the driver to nothing, like, or like, there's no driver anymore, but we fail at a certain point in the chain when we try and like set the configure, like the handler with when it's null and all that kind of stuff. But we do enough to set like we don't have a driver, like, right? So and so when there is no local player driver, we get here. So trying to leave a vehicle with no current driver. So passengers remove this person. Or no, it is the default case. Okay, so it's the default case. And set interaction cooldown.
So yeah, okay. So what that interaction cooldown does is we don't just immediately like switch the collider mode.
Right.
So that like we give you time kind of before we just switch it. Yeah, that just like sets a cooldown that other things react to for like the entry exit mode. We kind of wait for that cooldown.
Right. That's weird. I feel like I only got this log when I jumped off the third time. That could just be... Wait, let me look at it. Yeah. See, I only get try leave vehicle successfully resolved 2 times. But I've requested vehicle exit 4 times.
Right, because isn't something breaking, like, as far as the no reference in that try leave statement, like...
Right.
Or I guess, I mean, to your point, if we're hitting this default case, we should also still hit this successfully leave.
Oh, no, right here. Okay, yeah, that's the problem, to your point. This breaks.
Okay, that one. So that broke the first time.
And we don't
and again,
clear ownership of self and children.
So we never clear ownership. So we're still... Ooh, okay. So we never clear ownership. And then we jump back on. We're still owner. Do we ever set ourselves to driver again? Because we're already owner? I don't know. I feel like there could be a desync in the fact that that's not called. But I have this null check. Let me push this up.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, never mind. I was wondering, I thought this cooldown somehow, because we entry mode, we get set to entry mode again somehow.
Yeah, I think the the network side and like information exchange is still different from like entry exit mode, because that's just like if you hit this collider, we're gonna like wait and then switch you to exit mode.
Mhm.
And we should do all this network requesting, that provided that you have the right information. And I feel like it breaks down because some way in that process we get a no reference and we don't like fully exit or fully finish one process, and then it just goes to like shit. Um, so so I have the diff for this. This is removing ownership before we modify the model. That seems to still work, but um, that's in here. And then we're also just adding this input handler is null check and returning early, and we're just setting the steering wheel to null.
Right.
Okay. No check when. All right. This is pushed. You're on the same branch, right?
I am, yeah.
Okay. Well, do you want to run it or do you want me to run it?
I can run it. Yeah. Let me just pull the changes.
Yeah.
Same thing that ought to happen here. Psychological evaluation and extradition. See your weapons in the I better not look out the window and see anybody flying around. You'll be provided with an office instead of a cell. Do me a favor, stay in it.
This is what making things worse looks like.
It's a lot. Remaining was not inclusive. Colonel Rhodes is president.
I don't have to bring anything won't fix this.
Consequences? You bet there'll be consequences. Thank you, sir. Secretary Ross, would you go to Russia? Not getting that shoe back.
It's the government's problem. Please do.
It's cold. Warmer than jail. It's Beverly. We're taking a break. This is like a few years ago, I almost lost her son. Trashed all my suits, and we had them up on high track. And then stopped. I'm the loser. Something the courts can split the difference. What's gonna happen? Same thing that ought.
I can't tell you where to go. I can tell you where not to go. Wherever they filmed the first 48 on A&E. Now, if you're not familiar with the show, here's what it is. Camera crews follow real homicide detectives for the first 48 hours after a murder. And the reason that that time distinction is so important is that after 48 hours, they give up on that murder. They're like, that's some old shit. What do you want to do today? You're like, how about you keep trying to solve that murder, man? That shit happened on Monday. It's Wednesday. We're not going to solve that shit. I always thought murders happen in dark alleys. Nobody saw shit. No. Every other episode, like, you see that shit? Yeah, I was like, I saw that shit. Yeah. Where? Right fucking here. I was standing here, and then he killed that dude there. I can't tell you where.
And I got a call from my agent, and she said, Reg, you've got an audition, they're relaunching Top Gear. You won't get it, but you should go along anyway, because it'd be good to meet them. So I drove along, and I just learned from my wife that we were going to have a baby. So I need a 4-seater. So I chopped in my little Fiat Barchetta for absolutely ruined the ratty old left-hand drive 1982, I think it was, 911 SC, which I just adored. I loved it. So I arrived in my so as soon as I arrived in that, they thought, oh hello, meet this is real. And I did my audition with Jeremy, and I met Richard Porter, and Andy Wilman, a lot of people used to do this, and thought, I remember when it came time to leave, I said, right, I've got to go now. I've got to go back to the now, Cheltenham now. And Jeremy and Wilman have always said, they've always said that's why I got the job. Just because I lived in Cheltenham, I called it the now. So they gave me the gig. And I got a call from my agent, and she...
What's your degree? You do not have a degree. What's your net worth? It is $4.6 million. Break that down for me. How's that broken out? You're probably not going to like this, but I've got $1.5 million in cash in the bank. sir. How old are you? I'm 53. How much of this 4.6 is there because you inherited it? Not a bit.
Alrighty.
Oh, and then I found a gray hair. No big deal.
Marge, it's time I told you the truth. You've been grayer than a Seattle Cinco de Mayo for years. Oh, Jennifer. So sorry, can we reschedule? It's a battle of the blue and gray here, and I am Abraham Lincoln, baby.
Oh, that's okay. I only needed a touch-up. She doesn't seem so worried about her gray hair.
Oh, her self-confidence doesn't come from a bottle.
Alrighty. Okay. Snap first.
Okay.
Left. Still got a no reference.
Still no reference. Same
Yep,
thing?
Same thing.
Okay. Different line?
Nope. 317. Setting input handler to null. Same.
Right. Maybe we shouldn't even call it. But we need to.
Yeah,
Okay.
so exact
317.
Exact same situation.
317 vehicle interaction system.
Yeah.
This get hardware rig?
Let me see. Okay. Let's have a look. Input handler set steering wheel pivot null. Probably because we don't have one. Well, yeah, it's because if input handler equals null, input handler dot set steering wheel pivot null. We don't have an input handler.
Yeah, let's just delete all of it. You're right, because we just set it to no.
Now, let's rub this toxic blue goo onto your scalp.
I brought home fried chicken.
What's your degree?
Oh, and then I found a gray hair.
From a bottle. Now, let's rub this toxic blue goo onto your scalp.
I brought home fried chicken and a completely new hairstyle.
Marge, your hair, it's fantastic.
Thank you.
No, thank you for your bravery.
Grandma had hair like that when she went to sleep in her forever box. Oh, and then I...
Oh, on the zip on me? This situation can go several ways. 1, did I grief myself, which would make me an idiot? 2, did I grief us both, which in fact still makes me an idiot? Or 3, do I come out of this a victor? Once again impressing my future soulmate. Welcome to Edge Talk, where we save the best clip for last. Where you're just going crazy. Oh, there you go. Oh, idiot! Hear me out!
All right, big press. Let me try to run this real quick.
Oh, on the zip on me. Yes!
Okay. They're off. I do not have an error.
Interesting. All right.
And I jump straight back on. I can.
Looks nice.
If I do it again, no errors. If I give input, nothing. If I jump on, god damn it, I'm gonna try. If I jump off, I'm not a fucking driver. But I can move the steering wheel.
I see him.
So maybe before I do this no shit, I have to clear. Maybe it should just be a separate call, and we shouldn't say shit to no. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. So driver, we can assume is okay. Does this fix the rider's issue? No. Or does it? We don't know. I did put, so actually if you hop in here, we could test that.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
I said the school's closed. You need to leave. Not until I see the professor. There's no professor here. I told you that. Look, kid, you and I are gonna be good friends. You just don't know it yet. Professor? Man, what's going on here? Professor? Why, you know this guy? Yeah, he looks slightly familiar. Good walk. You're a perceptive one. Which is slightly perplexing that you managed to miss our sign on the way in. This is private property, my friend. I'm gonna have to ask him to ask you to leave. I'm afraid I can't do that. Because I was sent here for you. Well, tell whoever it was that sent you that I'm busy. It's gonna be a little tricky because the person who sent me was you. What? About 50 years from now. Piss. If you had your powers, you'd know I was telling the truth. Who are you? I know you, Charles. We've been friends for years. I know your powers came when you were 9. I know you thought you were going crazy when it started. All the voices in your head. It wasn't until you were 12 that you realized all the voices were in everyone else's head. Do you want me to go on? I never told anyone that. Not yet, no. I said sunflower. I'm gonna say flower pot. Okay. Potluck. Would this fit more with lucky? We're not what? Not helping you. We're not giving an answer, so I'm gonna say charm. Charm Mander. Shamrock. No. I will give you a C. We're fucked. I don't know either, bro. Just lose it and we'll get another letter. Charm C. S C H. Yeah. Give you an H. Yeah. I'll give you an H. Yeah. Alright. The only word I can think of with S C H is like Schneider. That's what I can think. That's the only word period that I can think of. No, it's no, that's not Schnitzel. You want to lock in charm Schnitzel? Give us our 4th letter, please. Oh. S C H O. I don't know any of those. Me neither. But good luck, man. Charm Schofield. Are you being serious? That's no, it's incorrect. Okay, we'll give you an O. This is beyond. Y'all just making words up, bro. S C H O. Oh, we have 5 letters of the word, and we don't know the word. Sunflower. That's it? Okay. Down. Shoot him.
This guy's actually John Wick.
Agent 54, level sub 49.
I said, oh my god. I'm not gonna.
If I sell a stock at $10,000, my commission is $5,000.
If you sell $10,000 worth of this stock, I will personally give you a blowjob for free.
Hello, John. How you doing today? You mailed in my company a postcard a few weeks back requesting information on penny stocks that had. Does that ring a bell? Okay, great. It is a.
Alright, let's do it again.
Date the rate, marry.
If I sell a stock at $10,000.
Date the rate, marry the house. Get a house bought when you have the money, and if rates come down and you can get a cheaper rate than 5%, which is.
So I thought you were.
I don't know how. I don't know how you people are surviving.
Talk about the 80s, Dave. I love when you talk about the 80s rates.
Whining about 5%. But anyway, yeah,
because it's compared to 3 instead of compared to 12. If it was 12 and it went down to 5, everybody'd be celebrating. There'd be Mardi Gras in the streets. But instead, it went from 3 to 6 and down to 5, and everybody's, oh God, we're dying. Date the.
I'm gonna use a new first word, time. Okay, there's a fucking Y.
Alrighty, I'm in there. I can try jumping on as a passenger, I guess. Snapped on as a passenger. Alright, I'll jump off. Alrighty. I don't see any errors. Oh, I didn't snap on this time. Yes and no. Yeah, no errors though. I did get removed passenger 1. Try one more time. Nope.
No snap.
No snap. So my own vehicle is fine. You go in Questlink, you gotta double tap out. You gotta like into pass through, and then go to camera. You know, like on the side of your headset. Then you go to pass through. You go to the camera. You see that? Ah, okay. I see what you mean about clearing ownership. These things become bushes.
Yeah. Like if we just clear ownership, like
mid-flight,
we shouldn't do that.
This thing just like stops.
Yeah, so I'm wondering if like instead of clearing ownership for the whole hierarchy, it's just clearing ownership for
the view.
Like Yeah, but not the view. Yeah, like the view.
Because isn't the
Like the parent
transform
view
the...
separate.
Yeah.
Yeah, like self clear. Let's see. Okay, but driver exchange seems okay.
Yeah,
I can jump back in and test. Oh, I guess we have no cars. Oh, if I spawn in, there'll be a car.
Yes.
But the test is that you can assume authority over another person's car.
Right.
If you try to spawn by, drive by.
Also, I haven't asked this pretty elementary question. How does spawning work?
They just have like a call that's called real-time instantiate.
Okay.
And then you can pass some flags for ownership.
Word.
So like you can spawn as an owner, or you can just spawn it as, again, an item with no owner.
Right.
Okay. So my car is here, and yeah.
Yep. I snapped on as a passenger.
Interesting. So it thinks there's a driver, or thinks I'm the driver already. Yeah, but it doesn't think that. Maybe it's just a permission thing. So, gotta look at that. But okay, so we cannot drive each other's cars yet.
No. Does not appear that way.
Oh fuck! But I left, and did the car leave?
It did. It not. I only saw for like a split second, but it didn't seem that way. I think I might have actually gained ownership of it.
Yeah, because it's so when we spawn the car, that's a very good point. Like, how does that work? I was having trouble getting it to work with the button, so this is something where you could help me. In the hardware rig, when you connect to the room,
yeah,
we spawn a car for you.
Yes.
Shit. Where is it? I triple.
It's pretty clean. Some contraband here, but nothing to get it twisted.
Can't say I approve of this.
Oh no, okay, so I have this normal basic spawner. All this fucking basic spawn shit. I just wanted to spawn an item, and the way they do it, it's like, even if I pass in like a reference, I just have to get the name of that object in order to spawn it, and it has to be in a resources folder. So I pass it in as a reference to this normal basic spawner that I put in the scene. Because I just didn't have the name of the prefab. But this is what is spawning the car. So this spawn object gets called a player, which is not the hardware rig, my fault, when you initialize after you connect. So when your network player connects to the room, it'll call this initialize function.
Gotcha.
And that'll spawn a car for you. We should probably like maybe set it up to be like not fully owned by you, but just the real-time transform. I think that's what I do, right? So I get the normal basic spawner. I spawn the car, and then we get the real-time transform of it, and we request ownership. But I think we still have ownership of the rest of the car, so it's kind of dumb. But yeah, essentially why I did it like this was because I wanted to connect this to a button and just have like a spawn a car button for like our wrist menu and whatnot. Um, but yeah, like I just couldn't even get spawn object called, and so maybe it's something with the Ray interactor and how I have it set up for like UI. It's just not like interacting with UI, or it wasn't. Um, so I admit that it could just be that simple. But yeah, that's what we're calling to spawn the car, and we spawn it owned by the client. So like this whole thing should be owned by the client, and we also destroy it when the owner leaves. If we set these to false, I mean, it might be exactly what we need. So I'll try.
Manslaughter it is.
Yeah.
Uzman is a master.
Oh, is that truth serum?
There's no such thing as truth serum. That's just nonsense from TV.
Well, what is it?
It's a little concoction. It makes you suggestible and highly responsive.
Well, dude, that's truth serum.
No, it's not.
If you'd walk like a duck and talk like ducks, the truth serum.
You know what? You're right. This isn't truth serum. Because I don't feel anything. That was a lie. I do feel something. This is truth serum.
There's no such thing.
Hands in the air!
None of them are going to our jobs. You see, we see these guys, they're trying to shoot people.
So we apprehended them. For you. You're welcome.
We traffic in stolen technology.
And we have killed many, many people.
He's in charge.
That's true, I am. I've also committed numerous health code violations in my restaurant. Some of them would shock you.
It is truth serum.
Uzman is a master.
Oh, is that truth? Smoked meat. We get right in there. Okay, could you not? You can see me. Yes, I can see ghosts now. A good day. Oh, sure. I'm just gonna let that drop. Are you kidding me? We're gonna talk about this. Not if I leave the property.
Oh, I've got news for you, Smokey.
Hey guys. Hi. I'm Kyle. Hi, Kyle. Welcome to Woodstone.
Kyle's a dumb name.
Well, it matches his dumb back purse.
Yeah. Well, at least I'm alive. Sorry. Pete wanted me to do this thing where I pretend like I can't see ghosts, but I can see ghosts.
Did you see ghosts?
What? Seriously?
I totally got you guys. You should see the look on your face. Oh, it's another freak.
Like Sam, but bad. Bang Sam!
I actually like your back purse. I was just piling on. There's a lot of pressure for me to maintain my reputation as...
Okay, so if we spawn all of this with false,
Games in the core Pokemon series have always begun with the player choosing from one of three
vehicle is
starter
unowned,
Pokemon.
requesting
While they always
ownership.
include a grass, water, and fire type, the starter Pokemon Bulbasaur and Rowlet both have secondary types. Bulbasaur is
So
grass
yeah,
poison,
if the real-time
Rowlet is
transform
grass
is
fire.
unowned,
Actually,
we request ownership of just the real-time transform. So if we look, this hierarchy, yet we don't own the real-time view, but we own the real-time transform.
The player can only choose Pikachu, and in Let's Go
Interesting. Do we own the wheels?
Eevee, players are partnered with Pikachu and Eevee, respectively. They do not actually get to choose. That is another point for Allie. Your next statement is...
Is defense ready to
No,
call its
we
first
don't
witness?
own.
I am, Your Honor.
Okay, if I jump on this car,
Objection. This is outrageous, Your Honor. They can't switch attorneys in
I'm
the
a driver, and now we own the wheels and everything else.
on this case from day one.
Co-counsel. What planet are you living on?
The one where Chris Spector is my attorney of record. I have the employee directory right here. My
Off.
name's in it. It's been there since
No longer own
If you wanted to object to me, you would have had to
wheels,
at the beginning of this trial.
Then I want them waiving all rights to a mistrial, and I want it in the record.
Your Honor,
and
I'm not
we
gonna punish
no
you.
longer
You
own the
understand I've been
real-time
representing
transform.
myself this whole time.
He's got a point, Miss Gibbs. Then I want them waiving all rights to a mistrial based on him representing.
But the car is still up?
I don't expect we'll be meeting in this trial at all.
We'll call your first witness.
Defense would like to call Glory.
That's a little confusing. So I own nothing about this car. Looks like it. I own nothing. Click on it. I jump back. I own everything. I jump off in mid-air. Haha. Yeah, that's a problem. Okay. So, you have vehicle ownership cleared.
7. What's the question?
So we don't want all of this. We want some clear.
Mine's 32. Okay, what's the question? Tell me the question. What is the good age to have your first kid?
Just of self. Is that what it is? You tell me.
Hibachi. Oh, I forgot what I wrote. My grandma's chicken and rice soup. What's the question? What is your comfort meal? So I love tea. I love tea. 99% of the experience that people have launches you into a portal, and then it's like there's aliens.
All right, we can just assume that it's not a children's one.
The Flash. McDonald's. What is your favorite superhero? McDonald's. Man. Cardiologist? What kind of superhero you getting, bro? Tabby Cat. Favorite superhero? I look up to cats. Are we all the imposters? Whoa. What do you mean all? Read my sign, buddy. We all fumbled except Classy. Let's just vote him. I'm down. 3, 2, 1. Classy. Why am I getting voted? What question did you get? The one that he said.
I like to make a complaint.
What is the complaint?
Being a handsome man.
Aww. 21.
We're living longer, technology, everything's happening. Like, why not go live your life after high school for 7 years? And if you want to buy a degree at 26 years old and graduate at 31, you still got your whole life. Why are you going at 18?
If you think about it, and this is why is the ultimate question, right? Why do they have to do it right after they graduate high school? Why? It all becomes social conditioning and just this pre-check box that's just there. Now you see how secure this $848 billion industry is because they've put so much money into the marketing and they've just gone, we've got these people. They'll just do it.
Lightning bolt! Lightning bolt! Every single software project follows the same rule. The first 2,000 lines, it doesn't matter whether you handwrite it or you vibe code it, it's all the same. If your project's only 2,000 lines of code, it's easy. But once it starts growing, once it gets past that, something kind of magical happens. And at 10,000 lines is where the maximum magic is. And what is that magic, of course? It's the y-axis, which is regret. You regret every single decision you made during these first 2,000 lines when life was good and coding was easy.
We drive it and we go over a jump.
I never did, man. I always wanted to. Did you ever smoke crack?
No.
So cocaine you liked?
Cocaine, Xanax,
Okay.
Klonopin, Adderall.
You're off the car.
Ritalin,
Can't give it input.
Oh, so all that speed, huh?
As long as I'm
We
balancing,
own the transform. We don't own the view.
just fine. I remember I walked
I
into
think
my
we still
intervention.
own the
I
wheel.
just went to my drug dealer's apartment, and I finally got the right balance. One pocket, all Adderall and Coke.
Still
one
own the
pocket, all
wheels.
Xanax, and I was like, I have.
Okay, so you're responsible for the wheels of the car, even if you don't give input.
It's okay though.
Someone else hops in.
Yes, but I was
They just take the
insisting
input,
that I hadn't
hopefully.
used drugs in
Like
days. I'm like,
this.
look, I am sober right now. Look at me.
And were you good enough to convince those people that you were?
No, I was pretty strung out by then. Did you ever do methamphetamine?
All right, that's done. What's next?
The good news is this missile has a built-in 5-digit kill code.
Great. What is it?
That's the bad news. We don't know.
For real? Well, then what am I supposed to do?
You have to try every combination, Barry. It's okay with this type of launcher. You won't set off the nuke.
Barry, simulators are projecting that hundreds of thousands will die.
Yeah, let's hope not.
5 digits. How many combos is that? Yeah, I'm guessing it's about precisely 90,000, which you would know if you weren't a moron and you were an actual genius.
2 missiles are locked on target.
Guys, we need something else. This isn't working.
Plan B. Anyone.
Work!
How much time does he have?
15 seconds.
Guys, I need something. This isn't working. Something else.
You just gotta keep going, Barry. You just gotta keep trying.
6 missiles are locked on target.
It worked. We did it. We did it. Oh, thank God. All right, that's
Very first series, we suddenly went, oh, wait a minute. If it rains some weeks, that's not fair. Or
You
will come up and lie to children about the future. And I'm sitting there, and this lady comes up and goes, I want you children to know you can be anything you want to be. You can be absolutely anything you want to be. I'm like, lady, why are you lying to these children? Maybe 4 of them could be anything they want to be. But the other 2,000 better learn how to weld. Shit, I'm looking at these kids right now. I count at least 60 Uber drivers. They could be anything they want to be. Shut the fuck up. Really, they could be anything they want to be? Then how come you're a vice principal?
Who's the imposter? 3 of us know the word, 1 doesn't. Come in different colors. Lots of sizes.
Cute. Also deadly.
Usually small.
Quick. Could be found.
Right. So
The big version.
I think this should be good for the driver. Like we should both be able to take control of each other's cars.
Right.
Unless I'm getting something.
Disney movie. I don't know. I'm not gonna go into specifics. Climbs.
I mean, we could try. I just put it.
Unique environments. What? What's that mean?
Sticking it.
Mike. What, Mike had a spite for asking so many fucking questions.
I'm just saying playful.
What does that mean? Retractable. Easily puntable.
I'm ready to vote. I have no idea who it is. It's just you. It's not me. He has to.
I'm voting Nick just off of pure snipe.
I think it's classy.
I vote Mike. Alright, well, Mike, you have the most votes, bro.
It's just Mike. It's classy. You wrote it wrong. What was that?
Freaking cat. Now you're touching my schmeat.
Yeah. Who's the imposter? 3 of us.
What was Nick Anzoli's time? 1:53. Okay, now put him in my car. He go around 2 seconds faster. Well, that's impossible.
Senior figure in Formula One. You're just a rookie. But the only reason we took you on is because you're paying.
Well, as of now, if you want me to stay, we rip up the contract. I don't pay you a cent.
That's outrageous.
Was he quick in my car? He was, wasn't he? Did he go 2 seconds faster?
2.3.
So, have a think, work out your priorities, and get back to me.
Hey, Nikki. I know what you're going to say, that it's none of my business.
What?
If it's the track manager you're taking on your date, it's none of your business. Okay, but if you want my advice, I'd let this one go. I'm not questioning your taste. She is a great girl, but Agnes's last boyfriend was a British Formula 2 driver who has a reputation for 2 things: for being a little crazy on the track and for going all night and all day and all night again in bed. He's a good driver, but an immortal fuck, apparently. I don't know about you, but that's not an act I'd like at all. But if that doesn't bother you.
What's his name? Driver?
Hunt, James Hunt.
You see, you share information, and I share information. That's what teammates are for.
What was Rick?
We will show you the pictures of Pokemon, and using your paddles, you'll tell us if it's a fighting type or not. Get the most correct answer, and you get the first Pokemon. Let's show them.
Oh.
I mean...
That is incorrect. This is not a fighting type. Of course.
How?
Of
Look
course.
at the fire.
Look at the fire!
Yeah.
Look at the red!
That's the fun of the game.
And the big muscles.
Yeah.
All right, let's see your next Pokemon.
I mean...
Going Karen, too.
I get...
This is Machamp. He is a fighting type.
Of course.
That's right, baby!
Of course.
That's right, baby!
Let's show your next Pokemon.
Alrighty.
Flamigo.
Oh, I'm so tempted. I'm just gonna do it.
Y'all are all correct. This is a fighting type.
Yeah,
Flamigo.
I used to live in Florida. Those things are scary as hell.
Alrighty.
I'm telling you, and
Watching
they're
it.
everywhere.
All right. We will show you the pictures of Pokemon, and using your paddles, you'll tell us if it's a fighting type or not. Give the most correct answer, and you get...
I had a guy, I'll say his name. Yeah. A guy reached out and wanted to be on Joe's podcast so fucking bad.
Sure you want to say his name?
Sure, I don't care. I love the guy. I love the guy. Oh, I don't need to. Who is it? Devᯅ. And he was like, hey man, can you help me get on Joe's? And I said to Theo, you know what? It's not good if I take you to him. Trust me. I go, trust me, you're so fucking funny. Joe's gonna find you, and when you do his podcast, you'll murder because Joe loves you. And Theo's first appearance on this podcast was a monster. I had a guy.
We went to an extreme.
What the hell?
Alrighty. I'm on. No spawned car.
Okay, do we have an error message? Did I just break something?
Let's see. Yeah. Connection to room normal sandbox failed.
Oh no, I think this is our hourly limit.
Ah.
We might have to change the room name.
Oh. That would make sense.
I think they literally.
That's pretty funny.
Let me check.
Why are we getting audited?
What?
We're being audited for the last 3 years of our tax returns. I don't get it. I mailed in that check a week ago.
I took the check before Mom mailed it.
What?
But I called the IRS and sorted things out.
Clearly you didn't.
I can fix it.
No.
I want to help.
You've helped enough. So, how's it look? Do I owe a lot of money? I don't have a lot of money.
I can see that. Who did these?
Is it that bad?
They're impeccable.
Maybe.
Actually,
Hold on,
so.
let me.
Well, why don't you
You change it for me.
He's 11.
An 11-year-old did these.
Actually, he might have been 9 at the time. I'm not good at birthdays. Okay? Playing with your train?
I'm punishing myself by looking at them, but not allowing myself to run them.
You don't have to punish.
So just change the name to normal sandbox 1.
Yeah, let me try to connect to this room first, and if it connects, then I'll push
Actually,
it.
I want you to represent us at the altar.
But I messed everything up.
You did. But I also know if anyone's smart enough to get us out of this, you are.
Why'd you change your mind?
No reason.
Because if it doesn't, then that's a different issue.
They said my returns were perfect, didn't they?
Play with your train.
Clusters. Okay, I spawned the car. Yeah, it's just the room name.
Pineapple and olive? Wheat?
Interesting. So yeah, we're capped right now.
The burnt crust. I hope not.
Good.
Man, look. This is about that poker game. Think whatever you want.
So can we just, is it just as simple as changing the room, or is that not how it works?
Jeremy, is it? Yeah, Wade Wilson.
What's up?
Is it as simple as just changing the room, or is that not how it works?
No, yeah, I literally just reconnected and spawned it. So
Okay.
I just pushed that back.
Word.
On an African safari hunt or to keep saving for a house.
This is the most Oklahoma call I think I've ever got.
So we got married this past year and decided for our 10-year anniversary that we are going to go on an African safari and a hunt, all the jazz. And then a month ago, we entered a raffle and found out that we won a 9-day all-inclusive hunt in South Africa. And it's a $20,000 value. It includes like the hunt, lodging, food, and Lord willing, like 2 animals per person. But after we did our research, it does not include airfare, transportation, gun rental, but the kicker is the taxidermy and the shipping of the taxidermy. In total, all of that comes out to $12,000 to $15,000 out of pocket, which doesn't include like extra excursions or spending money.
What's your household income?
$275,000 a year. In our first year of marriage, we are debt-free with our fully funded emergency fund. We are targeting to purchase a house in 1 year, and we're on track for $87,000 for a down payment. And we have a sinking fund for our vacation this year of $2,600. So we see 3 potential options if you could help us with our first marital financial hurdle.
Well, you're in a much better place than I thought you were going to be when we started this conversation. I was thinking this was going to be a hard no when we started, but you make $275,000, you're out of debt, you have your emergency fund, vacations are on the table. You're choosing between the size of your down payment or the distance of your down payment. You could easily say instead of spring with $87,000, we're going to do summer with $90,000 and an African trip. And
This
that would put you
one
about the
change?
same place, wouldn't it?
I suppose so.
What we're saying here is you delay your home purchase and hit your exact same goals, but you delay the home purchase by 3 months.
That's a good point.
And that's really the only question. Would I trade an African trip that I get a $20,000 coupon towards, which it sounds like it's a dream trip for you?
Yes, it is.
I mean, let me make sure I'm hearing this right, because the voice tone I heard was not your husband's excited, it's you are also excited.
Jazzed, honestly.
Okay.
But like, so we don't know. So we're thinking we could either take the trip and either pull from our house fund, or I guess your perspective is we wait to purchase the home. Or he's like, well, you know, we could take the trip, but don't taxidermy or ship anything, and just take really nice pictures. And I'm like, well, I'd like to have a zebra rug. You know, like, that'd be pretty cool.
Again, this is the most Oklahoma call I've ever taken.
This is so great.
You didn't order the fucking eye.
My husband...
My son got on a Japanese knife maker, making these Japanese-style knives, selling them for like $1,000 a pop. By the time he was 18, he got on that show Fortune and Fire.
Got it. All right, here we go.
And won. And I was like, you didn't even know how to use most of the equipment they gave you. What was your mindset? He said, I imagined I had won already. Somehow I had won. And so when I'd come up against a challenge that I wasn't sure how I would get by, I just had to remember what I did to get by it rather than trying to be freaked out about it. I was like, whoa, that's some freaking samurai shit. My son got on a Japanese knife maker, making these Japanese-style knives, selling them for like $1,000 a pop. By the time he was 18, he got on that show Fortune and Fire and won. And I was like, you didn't even know how to use most of the equipment they gave you. What was your mindset? He said, I imagined I had won already. Somehow I had won. And so when I'd come up against...
Alrighty. What do I need to do again? Trying to take your car, right? Alright. No, I think I'm a passenger again. Yeah. Yeah. Right, and I'm the driver. Where'd the car go? Oh, there it is. Yeah, so the driving is really great. I mean, it, like, even just like driving behind you and shit, like, looks great, feels great.
Yeah, it feels like we could actually race.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, next is clearly the rider, right? Well, actually, I wouldn't say that. I would say next is driving each other's cars. Like even that looks smooth, which is crazy.
Yeah, like the only little like, like times where it's not perfectly smooth, I assume is because maybe we like miss a value or something like that,
Yeah.
Which I think is totally something that can be like essentially interpolated if we really wanted, but like even then like that's down the line kind of type shit.
Yeah. Okay, so this last thing about driving each other's cars is pretty big.
Yeah.
As far as issues go. And we're not getting an error, so it's more something in our logic.
Yeah, I mean, do we currently like require you to be the owner of everything to drive?
We might. I don't know if I check for hierarchy and self or everything. But basically, on vehicle interaction, enter is driving. We request ownership of self and children, and then we mark you as driver, and then give you input. When you leave, if you were driver, we take away the ownership of the real-time view. We leave ownership of the real-time transform. We take away your input handler, and we set the model client name to empty state. And real-time view for at least the root, we clear ownership of. So I guess when we re-enter, or when another person enters, like on their entry collision, something makes them go straight to passenger. And so this, has driver. Something about this is wrong.
Right, but he was even when I hadn't gotten into my own car yet.
Wait. What are you talking about? Like when you jump onto my car, right?
Like what I mean is like even when I never like actually started driving my car, and you tried to jump in it, you were a passenger first.
Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. Something about this makes you go straight to the else case.
Right.
So like has driver, like this log would probably be very telling of what's going on. Do I have it?
Yeah, I assume you like base driver off of who has ownership over the transform, right?
I should though. What I base it off of is that model in the driver client, which is probably not a good one. Okay, so if someone's always gonna own the transform, doesn't mean that they're owner. So whoever owns the real-time view, but just the real-time view itself, not everything, is the rightful owner, essentially. So that's a good point. Before model mutation. Yeah, so has driver shows up false and true. I assume it shows up true because this is set to something and it's something. It's either 0 or -1, and it wasn't set to -1. So yeah, a better way to check this, to your point, is, well, I don't know, because ownership versus has driver is like a little different.
Right. So I guess what I'm saying is, are they linked right now? Do you like, if there is no driver, do you just give driver to the person who has ownership over it?
I think everything goes through this flow. So if I, because I'm seeing us go as passengers when there's no, when there's no driver. But that's not what we want. If there's no driver, you should enter as driver. So clearly this is not right. But we're just referring to the model. And we definitely set this model to -1. So like, could this be a race condition of us beating this propagating to -1 again? Maybe. Is there a better way that we check for a driver? I think probably. I thought this was a pretty good way because, again, we only set this when you leave. So, like, we set this to -1. So, like, do we initialize it as -1? I don't know. That's a better question.
Well, even if it's set at -1 when you leave, I still can't get on as the new driver, right?
But is it like my thing is like, okay, so given this is where we have to decide, are you driver or are you passenger? Is there another conditional that is a good gauge of this?
Right. So my thought, and I could be, so how it currently is done is that when somebody requests to be the driver, they request ownership over the view, they then set themselves as the new driver, and then when they leave, they set the driver back to being -1. And then
they give up ownership of
then they give up ownership. So that when another person comes in, they can do the same thing.
Yes.
So
or that's the ideal.
That's the ideal.
When another person comes in who did not spawn this car,
right,
then we have an issue. It seems like you automatically are just set as passenger.
Right. So that's either because, I mean, it happens in both cases where I haven't made myself driver yet, and I've also, like, unmade myself driver. So both those things happen. So in either case, what could be happening is the driver is like never unset, and because you give up ownership too early, and then when you spawn the car, for some reason you set yourself as the driver, or the car yeah, this is kind of weird.
Yeah, it's a weird case. I'm gonna look for this log specifically, like how it gets triggered.
Alrighty, that makes sense.
It's a challenge that I wasn't sure how I'd get by. I just had to remember what I did to get by rather than trying to be freaked out about it. It's like, whoa, that's some freaking samurai shit. My son got on a Japanese knife maker, making these Japanese stuff.
How many people do you think are in mid-level management in this country?
You sure you brought enough backup with you, huh? Oh, they ain't mine. They're here to protect
Up on my
And that's a model? Like that's in the driver model? Or the car model, sorry. Yeah. I don't. Let me jump in. Sorry.
No, I'm sadly unable to interact with the physical world, which I discovered moments ago after attempting to access Samantha's pill cabinet.
I wonder if this is permanent or if this is just like for the day. That'll go a long way to determining which tier ghost power this is.
What's this?
There's tier 1, the godlike powers. That's me and Trevor. Excuse me, my dream thing is also tier 1. Adjacent. Then there's...
Okay. So, let me throw my car in here. I haven't jumped on it at all. But you're not.
So maybe somewhere I'm setting you as the driver of the model.
Because right.
It says your ID. It doesn't say anything.
The car actually like turned off, it looked like. Looks like the physics just turned off. Oh, never mind. No, it didn't. Oh, no, you might have turned on the physics. Yeah. Yeah. Came back to life. Is that like, is remote ownership now?
I think so. I think, okay, so this is remote, right?
Kind of. You see though, it kind of looked like the physics just, like, the script turned off.
Looks like it's off because it's probably, it doesn't have the input in.
Ah, makes sense. Yeah. All right. Well,
Okay, so still not the issue.
Seemingly.
Yeah, but has driver, something is not right because before you even touch the car,
sort of neat, but not really that
it says
useful.
that you're the
And then
driver.
there's tier 3,
According to has driver.
is very useful in some highly specific situations. 1 minute
So
till midnight.
either in the vehicle script itself
believe you're turning into
or
a
vehicle
leprechaun.
interaction system, we are setting
10 seconds.
Goodbye, Jake.
whoever responded as the
Till
driver.
next St.
So let's
Patrick's
check.
Day. Perhaps. That's how this works.
And it's midnight.
Am I gone?
I can still see you.
It can't
Looks
be.
like we
It wasn't
initialized
just for one
as
day.
-1,
Most
which is right.
powerful ghost in the whole world. Tier 1. Tier 1.
And she's gone.
That's right. This clock was a bit off.
Wait, can you touch that?
I'm the surgical resident assisting you today. If there's anything I can do
Look,
to help
I'm here for 1 day. All I need is to tell you what to do, and you do it. And I don't like mistakes.
I don't make mistakes.
Whatever. There's only one resident I want in my OR. Guy they call the Nazi. Do you know him?
The Nazi.
He gets great word of mouth, stellar rep, balls the size of Texas.
That big. Sounds like an impressively talented man, this Nazi.
You know him or not?
Never heard of him, but I'll be sure to keep an eye out. Like I
Yeah,
said,
I have no idea.
the stupidity of the human race.
She's the intern. She can do the sutures.
Actually, on orders from the Nazi.
Tell him I'm looking for him. What are you doing up here? Get down to the pit. We're backed up.
No can do, sir. The Nazi has me on this surgery. Surgical junkie, go home.
Well, Dell's already mad. Trouble no matter what.
Go home right now.
This kind of treatment is why they call you the Nazi.
Happy Thanksgiving. I'm the...
No need to sleep pill. Picture to payment.
Teleportation device.
A limitless pill.
Car tracks.
Okay, yeah, this is... It's tricky. Okay, so the only solution seems to be to check another way. This was the purpose of the data bottom. Like, what the fuck? I mean, maybe we're not using the change event, and that's what we really need.
Possibly.
The question was, what's your pitch for an invention that would change the world?
When I mean car tracks, I mean like a system where instead of people driving, it's like a lock system. So it's like tracks. The car locks onto the rail and it takes you. So everyone's going the same speed or whatever, and like.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. That you cooked. What's your
Limitless pill?
What do you mean limitless?
Have you ever seen Limitless, the movie?
No.
It's like a pill you take and you become insanely smart. You can get everything
so.
efficient. You start like.
It unlocks 100%. Like,
yeah, 100% of your
I don't know how
brain.
much. What was 6%, 7% of humans only use percent of their brain, whatever. But it unlocks like 100% of your brain.
I put teleportation like device.
Let me see.
No, you put teleport.
You put teleport.
Not teleportation device.
But I didn't want to write all that.
Okay.
You know, these markers aren't the best. Just think of all of the time you would save if you did not need to travel.
Picture to payment app. Imagine you could just take a picture of like all the food that you ordered, and then like on like a check, you take a picture, and it automatically knows who bought what, and they just have to press a button, and it sends right to you.
Wait, hold on. Don't put this in the video. We might have just
No,
booked like
I've
$1 billion
been working on this for like the last like 6 months.
What's there to explain? A pill that makes you like not.
They have those.
No, but like, well, like you know, you take it and then like your body just feels well, like you don't need to sleep.
So no one would ever sleep. There's no side effects.
Like if you want to sleep, you just don't take it. But like, say it's 12 a.m., you have a bunch of work or something, and you gotta work through the night.
Not like that.
Oh, I thought he was explaining caffeine.
She wrote teleport, not device.
I'm sorry, I'm lazy.
You're not lazy though.
I ran out of room.
What was your question? What if you could have one superpower? What would it be?
Look, she's
Don't play poker ever.
It's just funny that you guys think it's me because it's not me.
That was the defense we came up with in the...
People ask me, how did I feel?
How did your wife feel is what I want to know.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw this. Key and Peele parodied me and my wife. Not knowing that my wife has a PhD in mathematical physics. My wife comes up to me and says, Neil deGrasse Tyson, you haven't taken out the garbage yet. And I stand there, I say, but in the multiverse theory, there could be a parallel universe in which I actually have taken out the garbage. So, and we don't know at all times, by the quantum uncertainty principles, which universe we might be in. So that in fact, this could be the universe in which I had taken out the garbage. And my wife goes, oh, wow. Okay, so there's a series of these where he basically gets away with murder, right? But cosmoses his way out of the responsibilities. What I do is applaud the fact that there are artists of all kinds that have found the moving frontier of science as legitimate sources of their inspirational muse. And that, I think, is something to celebrate. So no, I don't judge it. It just is, and that's something.
I think the hardest word in America has been the word shit. I thought it's easy, that I know what shit means. But it turns out I didn't know shit. I think it's the most complicated word. Like, how can it be if something is bad, it's shit? If something is really good, it's the shit. I had to study that shit. If I give shit to you, that means that I'm telling you off. But if I give a shit, then I care. And if I take shit, then I accept that you are bullying me. But if I take a shit, I take a shit. And I learned that my shit is always good and positive, but your shit, his shit, her shit, always bad. Like, I can't deal with her shit. I have to put up with his shit. Clean up your shit. But don't touch my shit. I think the hardest...
I now have power of attorney, and I'd rather see the...
Fun fact, sometime in the 2000s, Five Guys refused to deliver 15 burgers to the Pentagon. Five Guys started in Arlington, so it's no surprise a few Pentagon employees would get a lunchtime Five Guys craving. But Five Guys founder Jerry Murrell refused, saying Five Guys doesn't deliver for anyone because he believed it cheapened their product. This was a pretty bold move, because at the time, the Pentagon was one of the biggest food delivery customers in the DC area, and it wasn't unusual for them to order over 100 Domino's pizzas a day, giving birth to the pizza meter. So Pentagon food delivery was big business, but Jerry didn't care. And then an admiral from the Pentagon called Jerry to ask why he was refusing to deliver to them, and Jerry once again held firm, telling the admiral Five Guys doesn't deliver. And after the call, he put up a massive 22-foot sign outside the store that said, absolutely no delivery, which worked out really well, because after the banner went up, Five Guys noticed a massive increase in Pentagon employees stopping by for lunch. And in 2009, President Barack Obama dropped into Five Guys to pick up his lunch order because Five Guys doesn't deliver. Fun fact.
Can you do the infomercial thing and then turn your speed all the way up, say a bunch of things really fast, like terms and conditions apply, batteries not included, etc. It'd be funny. Thank you. Yeah.
I'm not sure you would be able to speak that fast. Terms and conditions apply. Batteries not included. This guarantee void in Tennessee. Wow, what a stupid set of terms and conditions. Shut up, Vito.
You have to do the infomercial thing. Mira, can you do the infomercial?
And then we had a gay guy in our neighborhood. He worked with my mother. And he'd come to the bar, and I knew he was gay. His name was Martin. We called him Martin and Maricon. Maricon means fat in Spanish. So that was his open name in the Cuban community. But one day he came to my mother's bar, and there was two bookies. I was like a kid. But one guy goes, look who it is, Martin and Maricon. And this motherfucker pulled out a 32. Oh, Jesus. And he goes, listen, I'm going to tell the both of you that unless you you don't have the right to call me Martin. So say it again, I'm going to shoot both of you. My mom is young. And all of a sudden, Martin left. So the next day, I guess he called my mother to apologize. My mother made Martin come and apologize to me. He was like, I'm very sorry about pulling out. And I go, fuck that. You're my new Charles Bronson. And then we had it.
What's your name?
Carmen Moyo.
Let's go.
I was told to collate these bills.
Did the executive partner tell you to collate those bills?
No.
Right, because that's me. Let's go. Why am I supposed to know you?
I don't know if you are.
Why does Benjamin Defoe know you?
I don't know who that is.
Oh my God, law school illiteracy.
Is this her?
Carmen Moyo is requested.
I don't understand. Who are you?
Carmen Moyo.
No. Why are you important?
I don't think that I am.
And why do I have my top client asking for you?
Who's that?
Mr. Wolf Coleman.
Your client is Wolf Coleman. What does he need?
Last night, the police searched his home for any evidence of rape. They believe they found something, and Mr. Wolf Coleman wanted me to contact Carmen Moyo to represent him. So, how did that happen?
Is your client an acquaintance of Oscar Rivy?
The drug dealer? No.
Is your client currently at Menard Correctional?
He was, yes. Why?
I'm representing Mr. Rivy.
Carmen's one of our best. Why don't we get the retainer agreement going, Ben?
If you're fiscally responsible, why are you so against using credit cards?
100% of the debit cards do not have debt on them, and most people do not pay off their credit cards. Like 58 million people last month did not pay theirs off, just to kind of give you an idea. I know you said fiscally responsible, but here's the thing. Why are we playing with snakes? What's the point? Why are we playing with something that might hurt us when the other tool works just as well?
If you're fiscally...
Explain it to me. Skiing. Explain it.
We learned in the army.
How do you do it?
Oh, you stand and lean forward, bend at the knee, then you control your speed by going side to side. It's the closest thing to flying a man can feel.
Is it difficult to learn?
You spend the first couple of days on your ass, but after that, the body figures out the motion and it's easy. It's like riding a horse or a bike. And I can teach you if you want.
I don't have the patience for 2 days on my ass. Can children learn it?
Children pick it up the quickest. I think most everyone can do. My grandma does it.
Seems a silly way to waste the day to me. It's a rich man's world now, and everyone gets a taste. The paperman, the tradesman, the car salesman, the doctor, the lawyer. The one thing you cannot buy in a store is the euphoria of peril, the exhilaration, the danger. I can sell that for a fortune. Explain it.
Hey man, can I ask you a question?
Sorry, I don't have any money.
Do you rent or do you own?
What?
Where you live, do you rent or do you own it?
I rent. Why? What do you...
Well, maybe you should help me out because I'm all that's keeping your property value in check. Like, things are good now, right? But if I go, it's gonna get much better. It's either me or a Whole Foods.
All right, my fault.
You don't look like you're making artisanal bread money.
You know something? You're right. People like me, we need people like you. Here's $10. Go get yourself some spray cans.
Thanks, man. And with the rest of this money, man, I'll get drunk enough to take a shit on your stoop.
My man.
Yeah. Hey, man,
You were partially responsible for one of the most embarrassing things that's ever happened to me. Explain? Are you familiar with this, maybe?
So my husband of 16 years passed away 2 months ago.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I never paid a bill in 16 years, and so I'm left to steward our 5 children and all of our finances. And I want to steward it well, but I'm feeling zero confidence without him leading in this area. So we have 3 mortgages.
Now, who was handling all the tenants and the landlording? He was.
Yes, he was.
Okay, so we have 2 complicated things here that you have to learn in a cram course. How to handle the monthly personal finance issues at home and learn how to be a landlord.
So my husband...
14 million. Brilliant.
$14 billion for designing one armored vehicle.
General, how many years has this program been running?
17.
17 years. $14 billion of the taxpayers' money. General, I think it's time the American public gets the live fire test that Colonel Burton wants.
How much fuel is in those tanks, Sergeant? Just enough to do those maneuvers? No more than it would have if it was in combat, sir. And the ammunition inside the Bradley? Up to spec, sir. Who specs?
Back blast area clear! Fire!
Million.
Is the word pussy offensive? All right, just checking. I asked that crowd when we was in Denver, I said, is the word pussy offensive? And the whole crowd said no, except for 2 people. One was a woman in the front. She's older than me, maybe around my age. Definitely a feminist. You know what I mean? Short haircut, plaid shirt, you know what I'm saying? And she didn't say it offended her. What she said is she said, I'm uncomfortable with that word. And I was like, really? You? And then before I could ask her why, there was one other guy. He was in the balcony. Now, I don't think he was saying this to me, but he said this. Everybody heard him say it. He goes, it's delicious. I don't think I've ever heard pussy called delicious before in my life. Now, this is not to say that it's bad, but it's definitely an acquired taste. I don't think any of us tasted pussy our first time like, hey, it's good. Is the word pussy?
Lotion.
Tesla.
I wrote down games.
Ray gun.
Oh god. A revolver with one bullet.
What's the best item to have during a zombie apocalypse?
Okay. Mine's self-explanatory, I feel like. It's gonna be a long time.
Tesla.
Bro, no, hear me out. This is a great...
During a zombie apocalypse.
Bro, yeah, think about it. It's electric car, so you can charge it. It has everything you need in there.
While you're charging, you can take 40 minutes. The zombies are gonna f***ing kill you.
Okay, you park in the woods. It has everything.
Mine's games.
Why?
Bunker down. If you go through just every Final Fantasy game, that's like at least a year off the plate. I'm not gonna beat the zombies, I just gotta wait them out.
Would you think they're just gonna disappear?
I figured they'd die or get bored or some shit. Yeah.
Ray gun.
Okay, that's...
Self-explanatory?
Yeah, I mean, that is the most effective.
Bro's just a coward, bro.
I don't want to survive the apocalypse, bro. The apocalypse sounds miserable. I'd just rather go out. Come on, you guys really want to survive in an apocalypse? What's the point?
Yes.
Yeah, you can play a bunch of games.
I think it's gotta be him, right?
It's
Tesla?
not me, bro. I have a logical answer.
I feel like his question could have been like something he enjoys doing, though.
Yeah.
What do you like doing? And I wrote like a 4-year-old games.
I think it's just Tesla.
It's not me.
Why would you want to have
Brother,
a
just
Tesla
like,
in
look,
a zombie apocalypse?
You can have a generator in the
Okay,
back so you
so
can self-charge it.
didn't really change much, but what I did change was I start logging the change on the model, and it does look like we do set it to -1. So like when I jump on and off,
And so I would go
0,
get a
-1, 0.
but I would not ever purchase a car to attract a lady because
I did not check this when I first spawned, so let me do that.
In the United States, I mean, we should be looking to trade with the rest of the world, and we should.
But this should be -1, and if it is, then it should be -1 for you as well. And if it's not, then I don't understand what's going on.
That's what we did originally. I mean, we were good at producing tobacco and cotton 250 years ago, and we traded it. And we want a prosperous world with 8 countries with nuclear.
So it is
weapons,
not called
What kind of
when I
ridiculous
first spawn,
family dynamic causes you to buy a
which makes
$60,000
sense.
car you can't afford?
Right, exactly. So if I could explain, I'm dealing with
Driver ID changes to 0.
mother-in-law.
I don't think it tells me the last ID.
We're engaged.
Okay.
When I
God,
jump
and
off,
she
it's
told you to
negative.
buy the $56,000 car.
No. That was
Right. I mean, like even in the case of never spawning, we still have the issue like even when you jump off, it doesn't work. So it's pointing me in the direction of something.
Yeah, I'm more like, okay, so now that we have this log, right? Let's say we both run this. I should see your changes too. Like it's just a general log statement. Like everyone should see this model change. And so I do want to validate that, and like
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, that's all we did.
out of here. Not there yet. Alrighty. Jump in, give it a go. Okay. Oh. Well, that's not good. Alright. Okay.
Do you see any of those in your box?
Let's have a look. On driver changed.
Yeah, on driver did change.
No.
Interesting. Okay.
The last log I get is vehicle normal prototype spawned and ownership requested.
Alright, so if you jump on this car.
Yeah. Passenger. Alrighty. Getting an object reference error. 371. It's ticking up every time. It looks like Ford Velo. Wait, what the fuck? Yeah, in vehicle. And then also 291 in vehicle interaction system. Model.driver.playername equals blank. Or guess I don't have a player name.
Wait, which one in VIS?
291.
Yeah, so maybe you have no player name that gets set when you spawn. When you spawn in, do you... Okay. Locks. Player...
This is weird. Oh, that's the
Yeah,
physics. Never mind.
I did just clear my logs. Okay, yeah. Okay, so you never see any of these events because it makes sense you don't subscribe to this thing. Like the event that I subscribe to that tells me that the car changed. Like,
right.
Maybe I subscribe to it, and everyone needs to subscribe to it, not just me.
Probably. Makes sense.
So that's that's for one. Yeah, because you just become the model. And then for yours, yeah, same shit for me.
So you're not even becoming anything right now.
I'm not even getting anything. Yeah.
Let me try and drive. Yeah, I can drive. I'll give it a go. Nope. Interesting.
right. So something in ownership we are not doing all the way right.
Yeah.
Hot pursuit. Shit. This mode is crazy.
Oof.
But no cars. Unless no, they do not really push each other.
It's kind of working out.
Kinda. Okay, solid.
So yeah, something. I don't really know what it is, but something is like. Also, it's weird how these cars just start to like really ramp up in speed, but
Yeah, it's something with our physics has no top speed, and it's
like-
just like force.
yeah. I don't even know if it keeps going.
Oh shit.
Ooh, eventually I fell off the car. Yeah, I don't know. It's weird shit.
This whole structure is still a little confusing to me, and it is admittedly where a lot of shit happens.
Right.
It's this on real-time model replaced. It's like so core to this thing. I'll pull up the docs. Right, in their real-time component example. When you create a real-time model, you obviously give it some data, set the tags, it compiles, it auto-generates some code. In your real-time component, you reference that model, that same data model.
Yeah.
And really, they do a lot in the protected on real-time model replaced. So when a real-time component is first created, it starts with no model. Normcore populates it once we have successfully connected to the server and calls the replace to provide us with a copy of it. Yes. So in this example, when the model is passed in, they check if it's a fresh model like we do.
Yeah.
But I wonder if this fresh model case is only like spawn. And when another player gets this model, it's actually not a fresh model to them. Or like maybe fresh model is not is like globally fresh. And like as soon as one person gets it, it's no longer a fresh model. So they wouldn't initialize or sign up for anything else. So yeah, I'm just gonna log some shit about what else happens here, because yeah, maybe it's as simple as this is not getting called because you didn't see this at all, except for your car. You saw the on driver did change.
No, I don't think so.
Wait, you didn't see him for your car at all?
Oh, I think. Let me check. Was it on driver did change? Yes, for my own car.
Okay. Yeah, but you okay. So that's interesting. This is not registering for both people.
Also, it only happened once.
With the change from like
not driving to -1, yeah. I feel like I've gone on and off my car more than once. Did I? Yeah, I did.
Or is it collapsed?
Yeah.
Does it have multiple?
Oh, yeah, multiple versions. Yeah, you're right. Okay, yeah, you're right. Never mind.
No, that happened to me. That's why. Okay, so I'll log this shit because I don't really know how the unsubscribe works.
What I'd like to do.
Cause yeah, like it feels like ownership is basic enough that like, hey, yeah, I get the gist. I could grab ownership, but like weird enough that you can't shoot yourself in the foot in some weird ways.
Now, what you need to know when I'm speaking.
I could just associate the owner with driver and not really do it like this. Like we are just doing model checking because we are. We could just say, hey, does the real-time view have an owner? Yes, no.
Well, I mean, yeah, but then it's like all the other shit that we need to like figure out with this is not gonna work, so it's like worth doing.
The President of the United States.
Right.
And I come to this community is that if in fact I could solve all these problems without passing laws in Congress, then I would do so. But we're also a nation of laws. That's part of our tradition. And so the easy way out is to try to yell and pretend like I can do something by violating our laws. And what I'm proposing is the harder path, which is to use our democratic processes to achieve the same goal that you want to achieve. But it won't be as easy as just shouting. It requires us lobbying and getting it done.
What's your biggest pet peeve?
Moose. Sand.
Moose!
Okay, so we spawn in and we subscribe to the current model of events
Holes in the walls.
for this car.
Security.
Say what?
So when we spawn in for this car, basically we go through this path and we get it subscribed to current model events.
Right.
So we don't have a previous model in this case. Okay, so let me jump on and off.
Hey, are you guys able to do a DRE page? Are you guys able to do a DRE page?
DRE? I don't know.
Oh, really? Oh, awesome. Yeah, if you could notify them to do a DRE, that would be awesome. Thank you very much. Apparently they are upstairs and coming down. That's the quickest I've ever had a DRE response in my life. Days and days and days away. That's not
so we enter as driver.
Normally it's an hour wait.
If I jump off, we exit, but we never call this unsubscribe. So we're never in this previous model case as the first person, I guess, or as the person who spawned this car. I wonder if the new driver jumps on and they're in this world.
That's on you.
Well, here's the thing. I don't. What you got, my friend? What kind of opal you got? What kind of price? And where is it from? He's not much of a talker, but he is.
Yeah, let me try to push it.
The gem man. Boom. Big boy opals, huh? You're the big man. How much per carat you asking? 15? Deals, 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 huh? But where are these mines from? Do you know? Or you? Ethiopia? Oh, what is this? Emerald?
Yes,
Zambian emerald natural?
Natural diamond, natural stone, and 18 karat.
How much?
All right, that is push.
35,000. $35,000 emerald, man. This is a beautiful emerald. This is what a real deep green emerald looks like. Well, this is a prize. Congratulations. Let me see if I can guess the price. Let's say 80,000. 40,000. I embarrassed myself. Wow, man. Infinite supply you have. And how much per carat are you asking for this stuff? $7. $7, huh? I like the opals. I like the prices more or less. Nice to meet you, bro. Good deal. Next time.
If ever there's been a fish that more hate crimes have been committed against, it's a salmon. Traditionally cooked with the skin off, which is actually a delicious way to cook it. Salmon skin gets super crispy. But I feel like too much emphasis goes into getting the skin crispy, and not enough emphasis goes into how much heat has to travel through that salmon to get the skin crispy. Let the oil heat up slightly before you let your salmon onto there. I always sear the fish on the side where the skins come off because it just looks so much better. I first heard it with Gordon Ramsay where he was saying the rule of 90-10. You want to be cooking your fish 90% on one side and 10 on the other. But no one ever talks about resting the fish. And that time is super important, albeit half the time that a steak would take to rest. Awesome roast already, and that's been about 2.5 to 3 minutes. If you look at the way that the heat has dissipated through the fish so far, you can see that it's basically cooked almost a third of the way through. Turn it over now. Use our sort of chef's instinct to see this slime slowly disappear. It's on 44, so that is perfect. Large flakes, translucent salmon, absolutely perfect. If ever there's been...
He was like, Spikes, I'm gonna take his soul.
Had a medical emergency on a flight, and they made that call, is there a doctor on board? And I was faced with the moment like, okay, do I volunteer? Do I just stay quiet? I don't know what to do, but I volunteer. And it turned out a young gentleman was going into anaphylactic shock. His throat was closing up due to an allergy. I wasn't worried. I said, where's your EpiPen? He said, I don't have one. I didn't even know I had this allergy. So I asked the pilot, can we land? Pilot says, well, it's an hour and a half back to Canada and an hour to Portugal. So that's not enough time. His throat's closing. He's going to die in 5 minutes. So I'm like, what can I do? So I opened the plane's emergency kit, thinking there's going to be some epinephrine in there or an EpiPen, and there's no EpiPen. And I'm like, okay, what do I do now? There's no internet when you're over the Atlantic Ocean, so there's nothing to Google. But I'm finding that there is epinephrine, which is the same medicine that is found in an EpiPen, in a different formulation, in a different dosage for a cardiac arrest. So when someone's heart stops, we also give the same medicine. So it's a much thicker needle, not those cute little EpiPen needles that just go into the side of your thigh. And I said, okay, well, I need to do some rough calculations here and just guesstimate here because otherwise I had a medical emergency on a...
Listen, you remember my friend Beth at the diner?
Yep.
Her son Todd?
Yeah, with the dirt bike? I like that kid.
Let me finish.
Who is it?
Georgie Cooper.
Todd's not here.
Open the door, Todd.
Nothing happened, I swear.
Then why were their pants on the floor?
Oh, my pants, not hers.
That don't make it better. I told you to stay away.
Hell, bet I really like her.
I don't care. She's too young for you.
You're too young for your wife.
Do you want me to kick your ass?
Come on, you ain't never been in love.
You ain't in love.
How do you know?
When I was your age, I fell in love with every girl who kissed me.
Oh, she is such a good kisser.
Stay away from my sister.
But she's my scene partner in drama club.
I don't care.
I think we're cool.
I thought you were cool.
Oh, thanks, man.
Just stay away.
Okay, okay. Hey, Georgie.
What?
Just so you know, I was gonna use protection.
I'm gonna kill you!
Listen, you remember my...
Alright, the perk I choose is the healing one. You heal with the alt. Oh, it's healing me? Already like full. Alright, the perk
People used to say that cracking your knuckles leads to arthritis. That's been disproven. If you consistently crack your knuckles, you may have lower grip strength. I do feel like loosened up after I cracked my fingers. Is that a placebo or is there actually any research about I crack my back, it feels better? Every time you're cracking your back, you're taking it through the full range of motion. When you bring circulation, muscles heal better, they move better. In fact, that's why they crack, because you're putting them to their end range of motion. So you're kind of stretching that joint space, you're popping that air bubble, you're creating that noise. But it's really the stretching and the movement that's making you feel good, not the actual pop. People used to say...
2, 1, timer started. The world record for the speed run is impossible to beat. If you see an anomaly, all you have to do is turn around. So we have to do that 6 more times, and the last one needs to be perfect for a perfect run. So a lot needs to happen for a perfect speed run. So right now we're on 2, because that one was fine. That means the rest of them have to be anomalies, just for a chance at the speed run. And during your run, you're supposed to call them out. So it's actually pretty difficult. Right now we're on 3. It's already pointless. Can't do the speed run. Okay, so it's the moving eyes on the poster. If you look closely there, the eyes were moving. So like right there, like how do you see that just by looking for a second, you know? Some of the anomalies are just impossible to see. This one's fine. We're at 5. The game gets really easy when you memorize all the anomalies. I think there's only like 30 of them. Like that's the fast walking man. That's a really good anomaly. And we're on 6. Oh man, I think that's the ceiling base. Nope, we're good. We're good. And exit 7. Visible man at the end of the hall. Again, really good anomaly. So on the 8th, you actually have to walk through the hallway. So it needs to not be an anomaly. Beat the game like this. And, the growing paintings. 2, 1.
Australia, much like us in America, has its list of priorities. You know what's not on their list? Political.
All right, I forgot. I gotta bounce. I gotta go tutor, but
You are good, man.
I'll be back on later if you need.
Yeah, no, you're good.
Sounds good.
All right, man.
I'll catch you in a little bit.
Yeah.
Deuces.